day here in the winter, cashing a bet on rugs at Oaklawn. It brings back wonderful memories.
That's right, we did.
That'll be coming far too soon. Coming again, I should say.
Now that 8th race, 4:22 Eastern start time. Andy and I are going to take you through the first half of this card, and then Acacia and Maggie will be taking over for us. They'll have that feature race for you a little bit later on. Look at what's coming up this afternoon, presented by Claiborne Farm. The entire card from Churchill Downs, that 8th race, that feature race that we mentioned with Kavod, with Ruggs, Tejano Twist, Hoist the Gold, and races 1 through 6. And the first will kick off that pick 4 from Horseshoe Indy. You can play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Match 200, that code to use at sign up, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We're 13 minutes away from the first at Churchill Downs. Looks like a beautiful and very warm day in Louisville. Let's check in for the first time live with Paula Duca.
Hey, Greg, hey, Andy. Yeah, very, actually hot day, but not humid day out here in Louisville, Kentucky. So I wouldn't get worried if you see some of your horses getting a little, you sweated up on the track or lathered up on the track. Now the weather is supposed to get completely better, which is kind of crazy. It's supposed to go from 92, 93 degrees today down to the low 70s for the rest of the week, and a tremendous stakes card coming up on the weekend. To get to the feature race 8, Greg, I'm in agreement. I thought this was a great race today, and I thought a great betting race. You look at Kavod for Chris Hartman and his other brother, but you mentioned Ruggs too as well. But Kavod, last time out, he lost to Hear My Song. Hear My Song won very, very impressively next time out. And this race here, this horse battled early, broke a tiny bit flat-footed, dueled inside of horses, and just got put away late. Now, Jack Christopher's obviously in this horse's running lines, Cyberknife. I mean, he has held very, very good company. He has a win here at Churchill Downs. Now, the blinkers will go back on. Now, they went on a 3-blinker experience where they were off. And I thought he ran okay. Now, Chris Hartman's putting him back on. You get to his other runner in there, you get to Tejano Twist. And Tejano Twist is very, very interesting because, this is a horse that was very good on dirt. If you look at some of his races, he's got dominant races. And Chris maybe claimed him thinking, let's go to the turf a little bit. But the turf experiences have not been well. I mean, it seems like the horse has kind of lost his speed on the turf. And that might be also that the horse went a mile first time. But the second time, when you run over that Corky Kentucky Downs turf course, a horse could break slow and then fall back, and you just don't love it. So I think the 7 Tejano Twist, getting back to dirt, makes a ton of sense, but he also needs to turn it around too as well. So both Hartman horses are live, but I also think Dallas Stewart on the outside. You guys make a great point. This horse has the best numbers in the field. Now, every time he runs a really good number, he sort of regresses, so you got to hope he doesn't regress after his good start last time at Saratoga.
That's a good point, Paulie. Certainly the last 2 times he's run big efforts, he has not backed them up, and certainly taking a move backwards. That's an interesting feature, again, coming up in the 8th later on today. Right now, the first race, 6.5 furlongs, $10,000 claiming race for horses who have never won 3 or who are 3-year-olds, and 7-5 on Violent Gigi right now.
Sort of hate taking these drop downs. Claim for $20,000 and running in conditional allowance races out of town. Indiana and Hawthorne gets a needed drop at $10,000. It also looks like a controlling speed on paper, probably getting less than 7-5 by post time.
Little tough to look past, but we'll see if we make a case for some others in there. That's a look at Heavenly Trip there in the background. Coming off a big win at a softer circuit at Belterra. We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for being with us on America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Wednesday card about to kick off here in a few minutes. Opening race, again, a condition $10,000 claiming sprint at 6.5 furlongs, where the class dropper Violent Gigi is the one to beat for Cipriano Contreras. Giovanni Franco will ride.
Yeah, it's just a horse who's been competing in races sort of over his head lately. Running well enough to be competitive here, but running against horses that even on his very best day he can't be competitive with. I still don't love the fact they claim for 20 and they're dropping so sharply for 10. It's like they're hoping for a win and they just want to get out. But maybe they had higher aspirations for the horse, didn't work out, and they want to move on.
Going to kick off the post parade with Wes Warpath, who last time was on turf and actually was a win in the turf debut.
Showed surprising speed in the turf last time, never had in the dirt, which leads you to believe the horse is really a turf horse and probably won't appreciate the return back to the dirt, but has run well enough on it before.
And Corey Lannery on board at 4-1 here.
Second likeliest winner, I kind of thought. The 1 and 7 were the others I'd use as backups.
Chasing Charlie, Jimmy Graham, 12-1.
Cuts back in distance, but where do you go with this horse? Came off a year layoff and has run abysmally twice.
Here's John Court on Tillis.
I mean, I don't really know what the case to be made. I mean, Tillis is kind of similar to the horse inside of him. Had a 2-month layoff, came back, and has been terrible. You throw out those last 2 races, though, this horse is a major player.
Yeah. Here's the favorite, 7-5, Violent Gigi.
Franco is just supposed to send this horse the lead and hope that he can do the rest.
Heavenly Trip, that Belterra form.
Perhaps a horse that could stalk a little bit, but coming out of a conditional claiming win for $5,000 in Belterra.
Beverly's Charge dropped from 30 condition claiming to 10 today.
I thought this horse was a little interesting, but the problem is the best races by far this horse has ever run have been on synthetic. I don't really know if this is a dirt horse.
And then 15-1 outside, Eli looks like, I mean, much bigger than 15-1.
Yeah, I mean, this horse's highest buyer on the dirt is 47. Has run faster figures on synthetic and turf, but the dirt races aren't even remotely competitive.
4 minutes away, race that will kick off the card in the early pick 5. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, guys, I actually thought it was a 2-horse race in here, to be honest with you. I thought it was Violent DG, and I thought it was the Great Gelding from the rail, Wes Warpath. You know, when you look at Wes Warpath, blinkers finally went on this horse last time out, and I get it was over the turf course, but the horse improved dramatically. And now Jeff Hiles has this horse. He is very, very crafty. If you look at his numbers, one last start, 28%. On the dirt, 20%. Now, this horse has a couple of races to go back to. At Churchill, 30-2, where he ran second. And he also has another race in Indiana Downs where he won by a neck, 73 buyer, huge number, that wins this race. And, you know, this is the first time in Jeff Hiles' barn sprinting on the dirt. I actually think this is the only horse that can maybe beat Violet Gigi. You guys make all good points here. You know, last time Violet Gigi was basically in for this tag was at Oaklawn, and this horse ran a giant number. And I would think Giovanni Franco, like Andy says, goes to the front end and tries to wire this fielder, tries to spread him out. I know where you're coming from there with Tillis, with Johnny Court, some back numbers there. You're looking for some of those back numbers. I do think that horse had an outside chance. I thought I was going to use 1-3-4. I end up going 1-4. Hopefully Jeff will, hopefully Wolfie, you're not my demise.
And I don't love Tillis, but look, he did break his maiden sprinting. I thought Violent Gigi, though, was going to be really tough here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the thing I guess the point is, and we both agree the 4 is yours to beat, and the 1's probably, as Paulie said, the other one that's logical, but I think your point with Tillis is reasonable in the sense that, yeah, you're well aware the last 2 races he ran are not going to make him competitive here. But unlike others in this race, he's got a plethora of races that might even make him the favorite. So your point would be, I would assume, I don't want to make your point for you, but you're getting 7-1 on a horse that not that long ago, really not that long ago, could beat these horses and beat them quite easily. The problem is I couldn't make a case for any excuse last time out. Unless you want to say sloppy sealed track, above his head, but he wasn't even off that much of a layoff 2 back. What happened to this horse? But as you said, he's probably the 3rd likeliest winner because you can make enough of a case that somewhere in there is a horse that can win.
Yeah, but it could be a long way back to a 3rd contender in this field, right? Meanwhile, that horse who comes off that win at Belterra, that's the 5 Heavenly Trip, 6-1. was close to the pace throughout, took over pretty early on in this race. And fair question to ask, what did he beat in this race? Figure he got, though, matches what Violent Gigi did last start.
I agree, but the problem is it was a figure earned against much, much lesser horses. And you look at this race, he just sort of got to boss a bunch of overmatched horses around the racetrack. He won 2 straight conditional $5,000 claiming races at Belterra. I don't think that makes him contender here. He needs Violent Gigi not to show up. He needs West Warpath not to show up. And he probably needs Tillis to not be able to run it all either. I guess it's not impossible. At least he's in, quote, good form, but he's tough for me to like, I'll put it that way.
Does own a win out of town. He actually broke his maiden at Laurel. That was on a muddy track, though, but at least you see a win outside of Belterra as well. Very cold on the board, though. 5-2 morning line. He's 6-1.
Yeah, may have been a bad morning line, to be fair. I mean, it's hard to imagine this horse was going to be 5-2, to be honest, in this spot. And I think that most players would agree that the logical other horse, the one West Warpath. I think the first thing is when you look at him, you go, oh, well, he won on the turf last time. But then you go, well, wait a second. He's got dirt races, especially sprinting, that sort of make him logical.
Oh, I thought the 7-2 you could throw in that mix.
Oh, I agree.
As
I had
the
him.
Other one. And we're being told we have a late scratch now. The 3, Tillis, is coming out of the race. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, guys, it looked like Tillis was warming up just fine on the way going out to the 6.5 furlong or behind the chute. And then it looked like Johnny Court had jumped off of this gray gelding by Cantheros. The state veterinarian took a look at him, and then Johnny took the tack off, and it decided to be a late scratch in here with Tillis. I don't know how it affects the race. This horse does have a little bit of early pace, so maybe that helps the 4 even more.
All right, so Tillis comes out, and we're down to a 6-horse field here.
Well, we'll never find. I guess we'll find out. Tillis just can't run anymore.
At least not today. And, you know, with that still not a huge drop. Violent Gigi still at 7-5.
I'm surprised that Violent Gigi is held. I guess there's a sort of a lack of trust for this horse, but for my money, this horse is way the horse to beat.
I'm with you. I thought a standout.
I mean,
4-1-7 exacta, crush all day.
4-1, just a cold 4-1.
No 7, huh?
Nah, the 7's my third choice, but I'm gonna be very firm on this early race and take the chalk over the chalk of the double. I'm doing it for Jonathan. You know, I think he would
not
approve
fair
this.
if he's not here to defend himself.
No, he would approve it if he's watching. I was hoping he's watching. He'd text me.
There's the favorite. So 7-5, and if you look, this horse potentially, when you're on the best horse has shown speed in the past too. Might just go and say to everyone else, come catch me.
Well, I mean, I think if you're the jockey and you're riding potentially the best horse, don't you just go?
I guess
the 4 is now 4-5, by the way.
Okay, so
we have not moved the odds. That has been the problem.
Yes, there we go. So 4-5 on the 4. The 5 Heavenly Trip is the one who's going to try and keep company early with the 4, and if he's able to do that, that could be problematic for him. 3-5 now on the 4.
I'm gonna guess the 5 isn't fast enough to really make the 4 have to do any dirty work in here. I mean, I think if you bet him, and you're hoping, and once again those odds, the 4 is now 4-5.
3-5.
3-5. What's interesting is he's got a 3-5, but the 1 and 7 are still 7-2. In theory, shouldn't they have gone up?
You would think.
Yeah. They're the only horses taking any. Well, the 5's taking a little money at 6-1.
Okay, so you're 4-1. I'm going to go
4-7.
1-7.
Cold try.
No,
you're going to try to one-up me.
I'm going to exact it.
I would go the 4-1-7 try.
Travis Stone to get us started. Early Pick 5 begins here from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Violent Gigi bounces out on top. West Warpath down inside is punched up on through, and he comes on through to take the lead. So it's West Warpath in front. Violent Gigi prompting from second. Heavenly Trip comes away third. Eli in the clear fourth. Beverly's Charge covered up inside and up close fifth. And it's 5 from there back to Chase and Charlie the trailer. West Warpath goes head-to-head with Violent Gigi. And that opening quarter was 23 and 2/5 seconds. Pace is moderate, far turn run. West Warpath and pressed by Violent Gigi, who's still second with 3 furlongs remaining now. Heavenly Trip saunters up 3 wide. Beverly's Charge set to strike in behind 4th. Eli wide while 5th. Chasin' Charlie catching up from 6th. Off the turn, West Warpath in front, top of the lane. Violent Gigi fights on in between. Heavenly Trip down the center. In behind is Beverly's Charge, and she's trying to find a way through. 1 furlong to go. West Warpath, tenuous lead. Heavenly Trip. Beverly's Charge dives down toward the rail. Time is running out. West Warpath. Beverly's Charge flying. Might have got there. Oh, it's tight. Beverly's Charge had to wait for racing room and took off once clear to photo with West Warpath.
Photo finish. Keep your eyes on the rail down on the inside. Beverly's Charge did this 7. Get up in time. This is tight.
It is tight. It is. I wonder if the rider, the one, Corey Lannery's thinking, maybe I shouldn't have drifted off the rail and let him go. And it does appear, as Travis Stone called, the Beverly's Charge got up. Had plenty of horse behind horses. The number 4 horse, Violent Gigi, she had a perfect trip. I mean, she didn't get clear of the lead, or he didn't, I should say. He just really had no major excuse. He backed out. Heavenly Trip almost won, but West Warpath had the race sewn up, it seemed like. But Beverly's Charge seems to have gotten it.
And for us, no guts, no glory.
Nope.
One more look. West Warpath.
I can't call. I definitely couldn't call the photo from that angle.
No. Now 4-5 favorite. Defeated here to kick off this card. 5-2 in the end on, by the way, Beverly's Charge took late money.
It's interesting. Corey Lannery, I don't know, maybe he didn't really realize how close the 7 was because he started hitting left-handed in order to maybe come out to meet the 5. I never really understand those moves. I don't know why you want to don't try to just keep a straight path. It's not like the 5 was actually getting past him. He never really appeared to be, but he came out, and coming off, it allowed the 7 to get through on the inside. Now maybe if he didn't come out, the 7 would have split horses. But you do wonder a little bit if he wasn't as aware the 7 was behind him with horse and for whatever reason decided to come out to meet the 5, a move that potentially backfired on him, but maybe it didn't really matter.
Still awaiting who took this opener in here. Big finish up the fence
7,
from
1,
that
5.
one right there, and it has been posted. Yes, the 7, Beverly's Charge, 3rd win of her career here at 5-2, 7-1-5-4. Wow, the favorite dropped back to 4th late.
The favorite dropped for a reason. I imagine Violent Gigi got claimed, and good luck to her because he really had. I mean, can you name Violent Gigi? Shouldn't Violent Gigi be a filly, that name?
Well, this was a filly beating the boys.
Just to make it more confusing for me. That's why I'm getting it wrong every time.
5-2, 3-year-old filly. You don't see this very often. In against older males.
Yeah.
With the victory.
That is weird.
Travers runner Cyberknife. Runner-up, Zandon, 3rd in the race. Going head-to-head, Pennsylvania Derby for the Travers contestants. We'll have a preview when we come back in the program. Stay tuned.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
We're back on America's Day of the Races. Good to have you with us here on FS2. Opener in the books, and it was a thriller down to the wire here. Up the fence, Beverly's Charge. Take a look at this move here and how this horse is able to find room.
But it's interesting. He's not getting the room here, or he has the room, and she doesn't really want to go through that spot, right? So what happens is Corey starts hitting a little bit lefty, and now is a righty, but I think, did he want to come out the 5? But now he's getting righty, so I don't know. But the horse clearly drifted when he hit lefty, and that opened up the inside, and the winner was just much more comfortable going through in the inside.
Beverly's Charge, 3-year-old filly. Rachel Alexandra-like, beating older males.
Yeah, I consider her a mini Rachel. It's a good analogy, Greg. Glad I didn't say it.
It's a rare move that you see.
It is
this.
unusual. It is an unusual thing to say.
Edgar Morales, Don Habib, winning connections there as we move on to race 2. One of these restricted maiden special weight races, horses that sold for $50,000 or less at their most recent auction. 6 furlongs, the distance here.
And the number 9 Moncrief scratch, I believe, is entered either tomorrow or Friday. And Ransor gets in, the 13. Always interested in A's getting in. This one actually has enough pedigree, but probably the 10 Cortez off the claim is the one that'll be favored.
Big race in the 3-year-old division coming up this weekend. Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. 2nd and 3rd place finishers from the Travers that we saw this summer at Saratoga will be reunited in Cyberknife and Zandon.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious as to why we don't see Pratt anymore on Zandon. Of course, Joel Rosario rode him in his debut, so maybe they're just going back and looking for a little bit of a different horse, or maybe he actually chose to ride We the People, which seems hard to believe. I think that Cyberknife has proven lately to have been a horse that can win races, get things done, and so he's probably slightly favored over Zandon, but both of them are major players here. I have a real question, though. Cyberknife wins this race. He's got 3 grade 1s this year. Epicenter has 1. Let's assume neither of them wins. You know, Epicenter runs in the rear, Scholastic runs 3rd or 4th. This horse, I'm skeptical they'll run. Why is Epicenter such a big favorite to win 3-year-old if Cyberknife would have 3 grade 1 wins? I'm not saying that I couldn't make a reasonable case for Epicenter. Won the Travers, easily beat Cyberknife, 2nd the Derby and Preakness. But Cyberknife would have one heck of a resume with a 3rd grade 1, right?
I would agree with you, but Epicenter has just been so consistent. And I don't think there's an argument he's been the best 3-year-old.
I'm with you. I actually agree. If somebody said to me, who's the best 3-year-old, I would say it's him. Now, I do think that Taba, he's a big player in this Pennsylvania Derby as well. And if he won, he'd have 2 grade 1s. And don't forget, he wasn't able to run in the Travers this year. We'll see what he does. I probably favor Epicenter. I'm not against Epicenter. I'm a fan of his. And I agree with you. I think he's shown to be, especially in the Travers race, but you have to look at the whole year's resume, don't you? And there is a case to be made for Cyberknife if he wins this race. That's all. Of course, getting buried by Epicenter in both the Derby and the Travers definitely isn't a feather in his cap in that regard.
Taba, too, I think, without question, the horse to beat in here. If he can improve off what he showed in that Haskell, he could be very dangerous. Let's go to Paul Duca, get his thoughts on very intriguing race in this 3-year-old division, Paulie.
Yeah, it is a very intriguing race. And, you know, you look back at Zandon and you look at it going back way back to the Derby. he was the buzz horse coming into the Kentucky Derby. He was working the best out of anybody, and he ran a bang-up Derby. At the top of the lane, he looked like he was going to go right by Epicenter, and Epicenter showed his true colors that, hey, he's a nice racehorse, and he's gotten the best of Zandon. But there's no Epicenter in this race anymore. And listen, in the Travers, Epicenter stamped himself right now as the best 3-year-old. The jockey change, I actually think it might be beneficial to Zandon, and the reason why is maybe Flavien Prat probably told Chad Brown or vice versa, listen, I'm not getting the best out of this horse. Maybe let's go back to Joel, because it seems like this horse has been on the slow grind in his races. Hasn't been showing that late kick, and I'm wondering if Joel is going to take him back and do his patented one run here and try to make a late run into this race, and maybe have Cyberknife and some of the other horses maybe do some of the heavy lifting, you know. But I also think that Zandon's got a big shot in here because, you know, Cyberknife's been through a lot of different races. Zandon's only had that one start since the Derby. I mean, a couple starts since the Derby, since the with the Travers being his latest start. And I think he's going to be a lot fresher. And I actually think he's the horse to beat in the race. Is he the most likeliest winner? I don't know, but I do like Zandon to win the Pennsylvania Derby.
Well, we'll see who takes a step forward. And, you know, realistically, there's a group of horses in here who could. Taba, though, he has shown some brilliance. He has had a lot has been asked of him so early on in his career. I mean, a brilliant debut, wins the Santa Anita Derby. Start number 3 goes to the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, no, I agree with you, Greg. I think that he is a supremely talented horse. And the fact that he sort of survived that, you know, right away to the Santa Anita Derby, right away to the Kentucky Derby, he's come back and run as well as he has, is a real feather in his cap as well. Now, listen, there's a lot of good horses in the past that they've put on roads to disaster that have survived it. Horse like Groovy, a great sprinter who ran in the Derby and survived it. But I agree with you with Taba. The matchup I really want to see among the 3-year-olds, and obviously a lot depends on Saturday, theoretically, is Taba and Epicenter. Because I think, and I think you agree, they're probably the most talented 2 or 3-year-old going long out there.
Meanwhile, 3-year-old fillies, Secret Oath, finally getting away from Nest.
Yeah, she'll be happy when she looks around the paddock and doesn't see that beast in there. But I think that there's some funny morning lines here. I don't think if you like Green Up on the rail, don't expect her getting 6-1 because she could end up being vying for favoritism with Secret Oath. I guess the question with Secret Oath is, do you think she's as good as she was earlier in the year? Do you think other horses have moved forward? Has she had a tough campaign? A horse like Green Up who ran that huge race at Parks. Other horses, will gerrymandering run better in this race? There are other players in here. I thought this came a very interesting race, and I don't know about you, Greg, but I'm going to try to beat Secret Oath, even though I've been a great fan of hers.
She may have peaked early on, but she peaked at the right time if she did, right?
No question about it, and you can't take away the accomplishments she had. She won the Kentucky Oaks, one of the biggest races of the year, and she ran credibly behind Nest for most of the races in Saratoga. Todd Fletcher may have a lot to say here. Shahama, is it Shahama? The horse he has that ran second, Leather Goose, who won the Oaks. The most fascinating horse, though, is Green Up on the rail. That's a horse that got 100 Beyer, and talked to Andy Beyer quite a bit about that figure because it came up so ridiculously fast. It could have been as high as a 114. But if you gave it the 114, all the other also-rans were getting 15, 20 points higher than they'd ever gotten. So they settled on a number that seemed more realistic for the rest of the field. I think the Thoroughgraphs and Ragozins, at least from what I'd heard, I don't want to speak for them, they're rating a little bit higher. That was a very, very fast race, and she won't be 6-1 in there. I think the real question is how close to being the favorite will she be? Also, a big, impressive win like that at Parks has to mean something.
Yeah, 4 wins in a row for Green Up. As Andy said, has the rail, has speed. Pletcher, Larat Ortiz Jr., Grade 1 Cotillion with the Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath. Gets away from Nest, yes, but still going to face 3 Todd Pletcher runners.
And, right, so Todd doesn't have Nest in the race, but he's still got 3. 3 of them, they're all legitimate players.
Meanwhile, back to Churchill, second this maiden special weight, restricted again, 50,000 or less. Horses sold at auction for that price or below. The condition, 6 furlong sprint. More on this field when we come back. And winningest trainer in North American history, looking for another juvenile victory coming up here as we get set to kick off our Pick 4.
Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. looks the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathot grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathot has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Hallowed grounds right there. If you can get out there, take that tram tour, visit. It is well worth it. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm. Proud to have them as the sponsor of our program as we get set for the pick four coming up. 6 furlongs in this restricted maiden special weight. and Must Be the Money, the 3 we're looking at. First-time starter for Paul McGee.
This one costs $50,000, the limit you can have for these restricted races. I didn't see a ton of pedigree on this horse at all, but I think the money is probably meaningful.
The dam started 3 times, did not beat a horse.
And this is the second foal, and the other one was unraced. The second dam was an okay Wayne Lucas horse.
Second in the Alcibiades.
Yeah, so she was all right, but I agree. I mean, the dam herself was a complete joke. I mean, she didn't do any running at all. I mean, you'll see good horses come from, you'll see okay horses come from dams that never did any running. You know, it's not always a correlation, but it is worth looking at.
6 is acting up pretty bad and actually looked like it almost got away there. Hitsville.
Not familiar with these connections at all. Obviously not taking a lot of money in here. Thought the 8 might be a firster worth looking at. This horse worked an okay 10 a 5th at the March sale in Ocala, but is taking no money, a second foal from an unraced dam. Thought the 7 Ransour getting in might be a little bit interesting for Ron McQuett. 3 to 5 of the foals actually ran okay in the dirt. There's a decent enough pedigree. I thought from a dam side pedigree, Ransour, the 13, was probably the best the first time starters. Now that may not really matter. Also, I'm looking at somebody else. Hang on. The 12 and 10, the ones that have experience, are getting bet.
Yeah, we went to break talking about Steve Asmussen. Does he have another talented 2-year-old? And his 2-year-old in here, the 12 Saturn boy, does have a race under his belt. Start number 2 is a beaten favorite, though, Colonial, first time out.
Shipped this horse to Colonial to make its debut. Ran second at 7 to 5 with a 41 buyer. I mean, I am not optimistic about a horse like this. It's hard to believe. Cortez just looks better. The number 10, the Mike Maker horse. I found a stat for Mike Maker. 2-year-old maidens off the claim in the dirt. He is 2 for 5 with a limited sample size, and they were at Churchill. So, and did beat a horse last night. Came back and improved dramatically. This is Cortez.
Here's 2 starts back. This was at Churchill, going 5.5 furlongs in the same condition, restricted maiden special. Misses by a neck.
To Mardukas. Wondering if Mardukas is the name of the Charles Grodin character in Midnight Run, the Duke. Such a great movie, right?
Love Charles Grodin.
This is, yeah, I agree. I've watched the movie recently. That was a bit of a hang job down the lane, and I think that's a little bit of a concern. Mike Maker, good a trainer, but not a trainer with huge numbers off the claim with dirt horses, but the logical horse to beat, I guess.
Well, 4th opportunity now for Cortez. Not necessarily a great thing when they start piling up a little bit, but 2-1 favorite, probably off those connections. And there's no firsters that really jump off the page pedigree-wise. There's the 10 in your picture, Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you're seeing the bulk of the play going to horse with experience, the 2, the 10, and the 12. Thought the 2 was a little bit dangerous, and here would be my other horse getting back to the dirt. 2 and 10 would be my main 2 here. The 3, though, Must Be the Money. You do have to respect the money this horse is taking. Probably more so because the pedigree is so weak, right?
Yeah.
And given the pedigree, $50,000's a lot to have paid for this horse, frankly.
Yeah, it's true. Painter stands for 10. Second Dam did win the debut as well. We mentioned second in the Alcibiades, Grade 1, as a juvenile. Post-parade coming up. We will start with big long shot on the inside, making moves. Second start did show some brief early speed at Ellis, but that was about it.
Yeah, and didn't take any money that day, but at least, as you say, showed a little bit of speed, so did a little running, excuse me.
In spite of trainer 6-1 getting back to dirt.
I think this horse is the overlay in the race. I mean, this horse's form is not really much worse than the 10s on dirt, and probably getting back to the right surface.
Big warm-up here from Must Be the Money. Paul McGee trains.
I usually wonder when they take that kind of money first time, means they probably have speed.
8 straight for Kenny McPeak.
8 straight what is really the question. We'll see.
Actually, the second dam won 8 times on the grass.
On the turf. Correct.
15-1 on Winner's Lion.
You are really on top of your game today. You are fresh, tan rested and ready for today. A Calumet Farm. Bought this one for $35,000. Not a lot of pedigree. Most of the foals not runners.
Here's the one who was acting up in the paddock, Hitsville.
Yeah, I didn't find much speak of. The dam wasn't that good. Not a lot of runners. First foal was terrible.
Klimptomaniac, another Kenny McPeak runner.
I like the name. It's a cool name. This is the first foal from a dam that was probably better on the turf, much better on the turf.
There's plenty of time. Tom Drury Jr. sends out Exaggerator 2-year-old.
Second to fall from the stam. I thought the workout of 10 and 5th wasn't bad, but this horse is taking zero money with my man Raylu Gutierrez riding.
Still the favorite here. The experience of the field. Cortez, Mike Maker off the claim.
I think he's the right favorite. I just think 2-1 on him versus 7-1 on the 2 doesn't make a lot of sense.
Perfect upstart. Debuting with Julian Leperoux.
Always like to see those upstarts and think of our friend, the late Rick Violet. More turf on the dam side. The dam was unraced herself, and this is her first foal.
Second time out for the Steve Asmussen runner. Saturn Boy debuted at Colonial.
This is one taking money that I would be against. This horse would have to improve immeasurably out of a very weak field debut.
And drawing in from the also eligiblest Ransor, dam-produced Barbados Gold Cup winner on the grass.
This is my tepid selection in the race, getting in off the A's. I always love when they get it off the A's, right? Feel like a lot of people didn't do the work on it, maybe not paying as much attention. But I got to tell you something. It's very hard to ignore the money the 3 is taking. Wow. Must be some story.
Second choice, 3-1 for that first-time starter. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, guys, just to give you an update on the 6 Hintsville, what ended up happening in the paddock, his bridle fell over his face. It kind of blinded him, and it kind of freaked him out. And he was, not to put it lightly, he was going a little berserk in the paddock. And then now he came out here for warm-up, and he literally looked like a bunking bronco. I'd be very, very surprised if he gets out of the gate in one piece. He's still acting up on the racetrack. Hopefully, Kobe Hernandez gave him a crack of the crop just to get him his mind on things, and he looked like he was okay. Let's get to the race. Listen, the public's gravitating to the 2 horses that have run in here, or the 3 horses. The 2, obviously the 10, Cortiz is the horse to beat. For me, obviously, Mike Maker, or at the time, John Ennis, shipped this horse into Del Mar for that ship and win program. And, Mike Maker scooped this Son of Speightster up. Got 2 nice races. And the race 2 back here at Churchill against Mardukas probably puts him right there. I'm in agreement with Andy on Saturn Boy. This horse that was favorite first time out for Steve Aston. I get it. His horses usually improve second time out. But I thought that was a weak race. And listen, guys, I didn't hear any steam on the 3 for Paul McGee coming into the racetrack. But obviously there is, because this horse has been working well in the morning with some gate drills. My long shot in here would be the 7, Kleptomaniac. This horse, if you look at the works, they are 49, 48 and 2, 48 and 3, 48 and 4, 48 and 2, just like clockwork. I love a horse that just keeps on working the same old time, and hopefully when they press the button today, this horse will have something left in here. So I get it. The 10 horse is the horse to beat. 3's getting a lot of steam. I'm going to take a tiny little chance here with the 7.
Paulie, thanks. There is the favorite. This is significant money for this first-time starter for the Paul McGee barn. First-time starter by Painter is just getting hammered at the windows right now.
This horse is getting bet like they already ran the race. I mean, this is funny. I mean, like, none of the firsters are really taking much money. A little bit of money for the 13 that I mentioned in here. But this horse, wow. It's a big field, 12-horse field, too. See what happens.
Well, I had that most recent work out of the gate, 47 and 3 move. Second quickest of 47 runners. That must have been something special, I'm guessing, to see this kind of money.
Yeah, I mean, and I think what Greg's alluding to is people aren't betting that kind of money looking in the paper. They must know, there must be reports that those workouts in this horse are very, very strong. And keep in mind, it's not a maiden claiming race.
9 to 5.
You know, this has made this race considerably more interesting, hasn't it?
It really has. We see horses take some money from an 8, even 9 to 2. You'd say he's taking some money.
Yeah.
Okay, this is 7 to 2. He's really getting interesting. He's still 9 to 5, 8 to 5 now.
He's getting bet like, honestly, you're going to be very surprised if he doesn't win.
At this point, yes.
And I'll bet you, I would certainly bet, and I think you agree, that he's going to have speed. When they get bet like that, they have speed. So look for those pink silks to come busting out of the gate, because must be the money. It is the money right now.
Horse to beat in the debut. Must be the money. Keep your eyes on the 3 early on in this race here. Pick 4 begins with a second from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Saturn Boy, good beginning. Cortese is there. Winter's Lying showing speed and making moves down inside is up close too. Cortese sent on for speed and comes on through to take the lead. Saturn Boy is right there second. In tight toward the rail is making moves and up close third. 2.5 lengths back in spite of trainer comes away fourth. Winter's Line is now back racing fifth. 4 from there back to Rancer, running along in 6th. 8 straight 7th. Must Be the Money down inside 8th by another 3. And then it's Perfect Upstart advancing up into 10th. Hitsville toward the inside is 11th. Plenty of time all the way back near the back with Klymptomaniac, and they're at least 15 lengths behind in a very strung out field behind a quarter and a sharp 21-2. At the quarter pole, Cortese comes rolling off the turn with a 2.5 length lead. In spite of trainer set down for the drive and coming on now. In spite of trainer coming after Cortese. Must Be the Money with a menacing move. Must Be the Money's picking off horses one by one down the center. 100 yards to go. In spite of trainer trying to fend off Must Be the Money, who got the money right on the wire. Must Be the Money runs down in spite of trainer. Cortese farther back in third. Then it was either Perfect Upstart, Winter's Lion, or Saturn Boy.
Never in doubt. Must Be the Money. Terrible break. It looked like it was over for this horse. We'll go back to that start at the beginning. This horse overcomes it, able to win first time out. That was impressive.
Very impressive. I mean, this horse, you know, we said right away, look for those pink silks come breaking out of the gate. Yeah, he definitely broke differently than most of the horses in the field, much worse, and was just nowhere. Now, they were moving up front. Even, you know, these 2-year-olds, 21.57 in the run-up, they're moving out there for these horses. But it's not like the race collapsed, Greg, right?
Dead last.
The 2 was sitting fourth, dead last, right. And doesn't make a ton of headway, to be honest with you. They were moving a little bit, but maybe the 2 and 10 were we talked about before the race, they were the most logical horses, and in spite of trainer was clearly a big overlay. In this race to be 7-1 with the 10 being 5-2. But man, once this horse got rolling on the outside, when you bet your money down to 3-2, with a firster, you're supposed to be right. And I guess they said, we don't even have to worry about him getting out of the gate, huh? What if he broke? What would he have won this race by?
Oh gosh, scary to think about. 2-year-old to keep your eyes on. This was impressive. Completely blows the start and wins anyway. At 3-2, took all that money. Had to have shown a ton of talent in the morning. How about this rider, too, to not panic? Edgar Morales, Tom Amos's man, continuing to impress.
This is one of the first races I think we've seen him win when he wasn't riding for Tom Amos. Tom, he didn't have many winners in the spring, summer, right? And they were all first-time starters for Tom.
Let's get on a contract.
And I think you and I agree. If Tom Amos has confidence in him, either he's the only jockey that will ride for him because Tom's yelled at all the other ones, or he's probably a pretty decent rider, even though he doesn't seem to get a lot of mounts, a lot of wins. But if Tom has confidence, I have confidence.
Tom speaks so highly about him, and showing again here. Terrific ride, no panic.
So do you think that when he yells and swears at him after the race, that means that he goes, "You're right, Tom"?
Tom can be intense. 3-2 favorite.
Why we
Must
like
Be
him.
the Money. First time out with a victory that we may be talking quite a bit about.
Be interesting to see. I don't know how strong the race was, but Source ran. He really ran.
1:10-4, by the way, the final time. John Court, 61 years young, and still getting it done at a high level. We'll have his story when we come back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the races, race 2 in the books. At Churchill Downs, this restricted maiden special weight. So curious to see if this horse would run to his odds. Took all that money in his debut. Did not break at all out of the gate and wins anyway. For Paul McGee and Edgar Morales, let's go to Paul Aduca.
I'm with winning trainer here. Must be the money. Paul McGee. Paul just told me, where did all the money come from? I said, wasn't it you? He said, no, it wasn't me. Were you a little nervous when this horse broke the way he did out of the gate?
Oh, certainly. I mean, he's been breezing from the gate exceptionally well, so it really threw me for a loop when he got away like that. And then Edgar said the 2 came out on him a little bit and scared him even more. But, yeah, it was a horrible start, but he sure did make up for it late in the race.
I mean, obviously the money showed up today. He's been showing it you in the morning, and he still seemed a tiny bit green. He's kind of scary, isn't he?
Yeah, I hope he's got a big future. You know, being by Painter, he should stretch out, and we're hoping for good things to come.
So now, what's your next step with him? Obviously, you got to see what happens when he comes back to the barn. And by the way, Edgar Morales, Tom Amos told me, this is a guy that's going to be harder and harder to get. He can flat out ride, sweeps the double.
Yeah, I've liked Edgar all along. I've ridden him quite a few over the last few years, and he's had a real big summer at Indiana, and I think he's a very underrated young rider.
Well, you're a very underrated, very good trainer. Paul McGee gets a W here with a first-time starter. Must be the money. Impressive.
That was fun to watch, and even more fun, I'm sure, for Paul McGee to think what could be ahead for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch a horse like this, it's fun for us too. It gives the race something for us to talk about. It also, I think, for the people at home, is that money going to be legit? Because sometimes you see these horses get bet and they don't deliver. And when he broke like that, it was hard to believe that he was going to end up winning the race, but it just didn't matter. The money was absolutely right in this particular case.
Race 3 next at Churchill. Condition $30,000 claiming sprint, 6 furlongs. The distance here, and it's Nana's Gray, the 3, who opens up as the favorite. John Court will be on a big long shot here. Joy Enamorada. And we promised more on John Court. We have it for you now. He was proof this past season at Oaklawn that age is just a number. Began riding back in 1980. 1980, that's when The Empire Strikes Back was released in theaters. That's how far back you have to go. Now, 43 years later and over 4,000 wins, he is proving that you can still have great success and fun on the racetrack.
John Court is a 61-year-old jockey.
Right, I'm very fortunate that I pursued a childhood dream and that I'm still living it at this late stage in my career.
Those in the game aren't the least bit surprised he's still riding in his 60s.
It is Loveness.
John's been the man for a long time. That's my homeboy.
But I'm very fortunate and blessed, I would have to say, that I can do it. My body's still functioning, my mind's sharp enough. I still have the skills as if I was still young. And I feel remarkably well for 61.
Last December, Court became just the 5th rider to win 700 career races at Oaklawn.
So it was very exciting. It was just something that was overhanging me, and I was ready to get get it done and move on.
Here comes Unbridled Twister to take over the lead.
When we turned for home, I felt like I had a fresh horse underneath me.
Bridled Twister and John Corder well in front.
I felt pretty confident then that it would be the 700. I rode her on in with confidence.
Unbridled Twister in front. 61-year-old John Court wins 700 races here at Oaklawn.
Court won his first race at Oaklawn in 1981 and was leading rider in 2000. But his most thrilling moments occurred in the racetrack's signature race, the Arkansas Derby, when Court won consecutive runnings in 2010 and 2011.
It is Arch, heavy to hold off Nero at the wire. Arch, the winner of the Arkansas Derby by a head.
It was a very exciting moment in my life as well as my career. And here in Arkansas, it's always been a dream to win the Arkansas Derby.
As far as retirement goes, Court feels it's something others think about more than he does.
It's kind of up in the air when I'm going to take off the white pants, so to speak, but it comes up quite often in conversations, and it's only in my mind because people are constantly reminding me, which is fine. I actually am enjoying it and having fun with it in this stage of my life. I often think about it and pray about it, and I'm just going to continue not to worry about it.
John Cord been doing it for many, many years and still going strong. He had a terrific Oaklawn, won that Oaklawn handicap, teaming up with Willis Horton, Dallas Stewart, Last Samurai, when he really gave a lesson in riding to that group in that win.
No, I agree. It feels like when we were covering Oaklawn, we talked about him quite a bit. And when he was winning races, a lot of them weren't horses at short prices. And Greg correctly pointed out, Last Samurai put him on the front end and scored the upset. Nice to see him continuing to ride well.
We're going to see him coming up in this third at Churchill. It's going to be on a big long shot in here. Some others that look like they're going to be awfully tough. Fabricate among those. Fabricate has a race in here. You got to go a little bit back, but to Keeneland in April that would dominate this group, but we haven't seen him reproduce that.
Yeah, and you wonder, I mean, as a horse that was claimed away from Brad Cox, now he ran fine the first time on the dirt away, and I'm not going to hold the turf effort against her last time. Getting back in the dirt could help. I thought she was the horse. I liked her along with the 3 Nana's Gray, probably the logical 2 horses in here.
All right, we'll got more on this race in a little bit. 17 minutes away, race 3 here from Churchill Downs. When we come back, it was a big summer indeed for Michelle Lovell. Damon's Mound, first starter ever at Saratoga, and a graded stakes win in the Saratoga Special. We'll have more on that when we come back.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and an eighth. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Wednesday card from Churchill Downs. Horseshoe Indy coming up later on. We'll bring you the first 6 on their card. And they kick off their action at 2:30 Eastern time. Race 3 right now in Louisville. 6 furlong sprint is conditioned $30,000 claiming event. And as we look at the 7 here, she's cold as ice for you foreigner fans. 9-2 right now. Julian Leperoux will be aboard.
Just can't get away from those names, can you?
Trying to win 3 in a row.
Oh, you know what's funny? Greg, the name, it didn't jump off a page to me. I'm bad about funny-looking spellings like that. But won those races at, I'm trying to remember the name. It's not Fauner Park. What is FAN? I did not look it up either. I'm not going to say what Bobby just said in my ear. It was very unfair of him. I don't know what track that is, but I'm wondering if those races, I mean, it bothers me that the horse has been $1.10, $1.70. I prefer other horses than this one.
Beating up, you would think, on a lot lesser competition, softer circuit regardless. And now coming to Churchill, first appearance here in Louisville.
The horse's figure that's really a funny one is the 5, Epicurean, who gets an 82 buyer, and it's just dichotomous to pretty much any race the horse has ever run in most of the races. And I looked up that fig. I actually meant to contact Andy Beyer about it because that number looks 20 points high to me, and Timeform US agrees that it is extremely high, and I don't think there's any way that horse runs back to it.
Well, here's a look at Epicurean. So, yeah, the monster number at Indiana. We'll show it to you. And only won by a half length.
Yeah, I think this is a completely phony win. I mean, if you want to just rely on the horse's last number, then this horse is a cinch. If she runs an 82 buyer here, she's going to win. But I don't know that she really ran an 82 buyer in this last race we're looking at. She got an 82 buyer. I think it's a number that probably needs to be lowered, and lowered substantially. I am much more interested in the 2 and 3 in this race. I just think they are far and away the 2 logical horses, and the public agrees.
Riders up. So look at 3-year-old Filly Smile to Storm, 6-1, who I thought had some room to improve here. Off the bench, last time we saw her was a win. She was forward for 40 N2L at Keeneland. But Fabricate right now has become a favorite.
Yeah. I just think getting back to the dirt and running against more reasonable company. On the other hand, you know, the horse was claimed for $50,000 for Brad Cox, owner Michael Dubb, and ran well enough the first time, but they paid $50,000 for this horse not that long ago, and now are offering for $30,000. Okay, the purse is $56,000, so you get $33,000 for winning. You've had to pay a few bills over the last almost 3 months, so they've got about $65,000 of the horse. They win here. They're not even going to quite break even after paying all the bills, which to me say they want to get out. And I think you have to put all that together. Too often, I think people, handicappers, we don't make enough sometimes of class drops, especially on short prices. I mean, everything is price dependent, but I think sometimes people go, oh, I'm not worried about the price because look at the purse. Well, when you start taking it apart and you realize if the horse wins, you got to pay the trainer, you got to pay the jockey, right? There's a whole lot that goes into it. They're going to be a loser here if they win this race and get claimed. Mm-hmm. Not a substantial loser, but a small loser. And I think that should be fat. You don't claim a horse $50,000 thinking, boy, I hope I have him for 3 months and I break even. You know, you're trying to do better than that.
Not a way to be successful in this game.
So, in that case, maybe we should take Nana's Gray.
Well, we're going to start off with Blossom Road. Blinkers coming off. We talked about Michelle Lovell going to break. Damon's Mound was disappointed, I would say, in that Iroquois, and maybe going to wind up being better sprinting. We will see.
Yeah, disappointing he couldn't go
summer.
long, but we still know he's a talented horse, and wherever he goes, probably back to sprints, he'll do well. Just didn't think this horse was fast enough on the vast majority of her races.
Here is Fabricate, current favorite, 2-1 with Adam Beschizza.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense getting back to a dirt sprint after trying to go long last time. But his horse hasn't won too many races recently, and I think the drop down has to be a bit of a concern.
Nana's Gray put together back-to-back wins at Churchill back in May and June.
Thought this horse was very, very logical in this spot. Didn't really find many stats in the trainer going turf to dirt, second off the claim. Just a more logical spot than last time.
This filly took a move forward last start. That was at Keeneland, late April. We haven't seen her since.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to try to show some speed in here. The thing is, she's at best a one-number horse, and that one number's a little on the light side.
That huge figure, last start, Epicurean at Indiana.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what she does because that number is dichotomous to basically her entire career and doesn't make sense for the other runners in the race either.
Right now, the public not biting on it. Joy Enamorada. Here's John Court.
Just nothing to really recommend except this horse should be forwardly placed.
She's as cold as ice at 4-1 for trainer Steve Manley.
It's hard for me to judge that form from out of town, but at least she's coming into the race off of good efforts.
And 13-1 outside, Edgy Angel. Turf to dirt.
I couldn't find anything to recommend. This horse's dirt races are not good. I looked them up and they're not good.
Yeah, 3 starts on dirt has not shown a lot, and 14-1 there as a result outside. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, guys, a difficult race to navigate through because there's just so many different questions in here that need to be answered. I'm kind of with Andy. I think the 3's the horse to beat in here. Nana's Gray for Eric Foster. The reason why I say that, both of the wins here are at Churchill, so obviously, this filly likes the grounds here. She's a 3-year-old. We saw a 3-year-old just beat older males, so has a little bit more upside. I think you just draw a line through that turf race, and you get a solid horse that's been in some solid barns, and I think can come off the pace here a little bit. Now, the 2 Fabricate for 1 Cano, obviously the horse to beat when it comes numbers-wise, but his numbers are all over the place. Runs a good race, runs a bad race. They stuck him on turf last time out, or her on turf last time out. They've taken the blinkers on. They're putting the blinkers off. So much tinkering. And to me, Brad Cox had this horse last time. So if Brad Cox couldn't figure out where she was sitting, now she's in for 30. I just can't buy it 9-5, to be honest with you. You know, Epicurean, that last number just lays over this field. But I think the public is worried. Is she going to really regress, what they call a sort of the bounce factor after that race? Because if you go to her other races at Churchill Downs, They were not good, but I will say this. The one time after the claim for Ethan West, she did not break well. So maybe we didn't see her best. Then she ran over the synthetic. So maybe we saw her best last time in the Ethan West barn. And if she even backs up a tiny bit in here, 5-1 is a very good price. I'm just against the 7 here a little bit. Chez Coltasais, I guess that's how you pronounce it. Not for me at 4-1, and not for me for the 2 at 9-5. I thought there's some other options in here.
Paulie apparently was not with me when I saw Night Ranger, Journey, and Foreigner live at the Hollywood Bowl.
So in other words, you're not responsible for his demise. In this case, as we discussed, she's cold as ice. But don't worry, Paul. If Greg wasn't next to me, I wouldn't be able to figure it out either.
And that song has to be about a relationship gone horribly wrong.
You think?
I did this 5 Epicurean. This last race, we had an interesting first-timer getting bet. This is the interesting story, I think, of this race. Can Epicurean, is that number for real? Can she repeat what she did last time out? Because if she does, everybody else is running for second in this spot. It's tough to trust.
Yeah, I don't believe the number. I mean, I'll put it this way. The second place finisher, 51-81. Looking at other horse in the race, I think this figure is way too high, at least for the top runners in here.
Michelle Lovell trains Blossom Road here. Blinkers are going to be coming off. And this is the outstanding summer she had. How about winning, first of all, just getting to Saratoga with your first ever start of being in a graded stake. And then going up against, I believe, an odds-on favorite and a Steve Asmussen runner, already a stakes winner, and then going away to win that race in the Saratoga Special.
I mean, it was one of the cool moments of Saratoga because you're going to remember the bigger races, you're going to remember the biggest horses. But that moment, and I thought the interview with her, and we've talked about it, and the confidence she showed in her horse. I mean, she was a second choice in a small field, but against a horse that was an overwhelming favorite. And she really had so much confidence, Michelle, about it, and she was dead right. It's a great moment.
It's a huge effort from Damon's Mound. We'll see what's next for him after he did not pass that 2-turn test in the Iroquois, but we'll see. One start does not make or break a horse. Showed a ton of talent, first 2 starts of his career. Exciting prospect, and that was a big moment for that barn. We'll see if Blossom Road can make an impact here at 8-1.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really make a case for Blossom Road down the inside. I respect Michelle, who had a lot of success. She claimed a horse, a Clarvis runner, as a matter of fact, from Al Stall a number of years ago, a horse named Fault. And she won the Pucker Up 2 or 3 races off the claim, $50,000. It's a grade 3. The horse ended up going to California to Phil D'Amato and won at least 1 grade 1 and multiple graded stakes. Michelle knows what she's doing. I just think a lot of people in New York, that follow New York racing, that may not be as familiar with out-of-town connections, they learned that this summer about her. And it's always nice to see people like that come to Saratoga and have success.
I thought Blossom Road was a little interesting. This horse does have some speed. Obviously, with the rail, can use that. Got a brake sharp, obviously, and has to wake up with his equipment change.
It's been a long layoff. Saborsk could come back. I'll respect your paying a big price. I didn't like this horse at all. I probably would go. I mean, I like the favorite, so I don't really have anything to add here. I like the 3 and 2. I didn't really trust any of the others here.
It's a big drop for the favorite last time on dirt anyway, and that race again at Keeneland points to the ability this filly has back in April.
Any for a price, Smile at the Storm, Wire the Field?
She's intriguing to me.
Yeah, if I was looking for a price, maybe I'd throw that one in to try to Wire the Field.
3-year-old coming off the biggest effort of her career, got some time, can be forward. And she is, wow, 10, that's a big number, 10, I'm surprised.
Yep.
Absolutely throw her in the exotics. Getting set 3rd here at Churchill. We had, an odds-on favorite defeated to start off this pick 5.
And I bet you the 3 was nowhere close to 3-2 in the second leg, especially with the favorite getting beat. So these multis could be pretty good, right? Pick 5.
Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's the call, race 3 from Churchill.
the gate. And they're off. Stutter step start for Smile at the Storm. Joy and Emirata is racing for the lead and quickly establishes the point. Blossom Road comes through down toward the rail. Epicurean comes on as well. She's Cold as Ice and Edgy Angel, a firing line in behind Joy and Emirata, who leads the way down the backstretch run. Epicurean comes on to prompt the pace from second, and Blossom Road is down inside with a spot at the rail from third. She's Cold as Ice, 3 or 4 wide, racing up into fourth. Nana's Gray is fifth and only 2.5 lengths off the lead. Fabricate down inside, racing in sixth. Edgy Angel seventh and slow starting. Smile at the Storm trails. A swift opening quarter in 21 and 4. Joy and Emirata coming for the top of the stretch, short lead. Epicurean is right there. Blossom Road cut the corner, now angles outside. Nana's Gray's there too. She's Cold as Ice, fights on from the outside. Fabricate was bounced around with 5 lengths to make up. 1 furlong to go, and Epicurean to catch, who kicks away by 2.5. She's Cold as Ice, battles on from second, but is second best to Epicurean, who wins it by 2. She's Cold as Ice settles for second, tight for third, Edgy Angel or Nana's Gray.
Epicurean, she goes back-to-back off that huge performance at Indiana.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the figure wasn't particularly high, or maybe this field didn't really show up because none of the logical types did any running in here. But she certainly won easy. Epicurean, my friend Andy Byer would say, the figs don't lie. But obviously a lot of other numbers did not have as high, or she probably wouldn't have paid 5 to 1.
Yeah, what, 4th choice? Yeah.
And
off the biggest number by a mile in the field.
Yeah.
But hard to believe.
Hard to take seriously, but you know what? Maybe she ran 15 points lower and still was good enough to win it here, especially with no shows by the 2 and 3. Good trip for Nana's Gray. Fabricate never had anything in the drop down, and she's Cold as Ice. She brought that form from the former Fairmont Park to be a decent second.
Yeah, 9-2 on the board. So Epicurean 5-1 over 9-2 exacta here. Still waiting on third. Photo for third. Rafael Bejarano, trainer Ethan West, SB Stables. Team up with Epicurean here in the third from Churchill. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, heartwarming story, rider and horse. One of the biggest races of the horse's career. Immediately turned to concern past the finish line. And then this horse found a new home. We'll have that story next.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Hi, Jim McInville here, and horse heaven is truly at Claiborne Farms in Paris, Kentucky. My horse, Run Happy, is in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms, and he's having the time of his life.
Each of those horses on stall 1 are champion, North American champions in some division. So Run Happy certainly he was a champion sprinter after he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's living up to the hype of stall 1 at Claiborne Farm so far. So we're very pleased, and we know he's going to make a really, really good sire one day.
Now you've got Smile Happy, Happy Soul. You had Following C, which is great for Mac. I mean, you know, because he calls once a week. How's that Run Happy doing? And it's the best. When I see his phone number come up, I mean, I answer quick because it's going to be entertaining.
You know, I think that was one of the reasons he got off to a semi-slow start, was because people assume that they're going to be quick 2-year-olds just because he has so much speed. But really, that's not the case. You kind of have to let them come into their own. For the most part, big, strong horses, and they can run around a ground.
You know, I think everybody expected because he was a sprinter there'd be 2-year-olds. And it didn't have to be that way. And when you see him, you know, he probably, you know, he's not really built like a sprinter. So you could see why he would be 2 turns.
I think being a sprinter, people are expecting him to come out and be so very, very precocious and fast. And really, we've seen him excel really at longer distances. Smile Happy for one. You know, he won the Kentucky Jockey Club at 2, going 2 turns. But yeah, he's going to have a full book once again. And like I said, he's got a great group of 2-year-olds and a solid crop of yearlings. So the momentum should continue.
Our program brought to you in part by Run Happy. Tremendous sprinter, champion, never lost while sprinting, and did it all while racing medication-free. Now at the hallowed and special stall number 1. Yeah, Claiborne Farm. Back in race 3 at Churchill Epicurean. Now back-to-back wins. Rafael Bejarano for Ethan West.
Not sure she ran the 82, but she certainly dominated like she had the best fig of anybody. She stalked, she pounced. Really, nobody else ran particularly well.
5-1 in the end. For the 3rd win of her career, 17 starts. But she wins pretty easy here. 9-2 behind her on the 7. She's cold as ice. And it was the 8. Big long shot, Edgy Angel.
Yeah.
Getting 3rd.
A lot of horses were no-shows in there, particularly the 2 and 3. The 1, 2, and 3.
A little bit of a Frankie Dettori-like dismount there from Bejarano. His own version. With Edgy Angel, 26-1, that trifecta, $2, $754. When jockey Jose Ortiz bought a farm in Ocala, Florida, where he says he may eventually wind up retiring, he knew exactly who he wanted to make the farm's first occupant. With as many good horses as he has been on in his career, some pretty talented candidates to try and add to the grounds. But for Ortiz, it was a lesser-known runner whose story stayed with him.
Sandy Slew is a very quiet horse. If you never rode him, you didn't thought that he was that fast.
They're off in the Troy.
He broke very good, and we went to the lead, and he knew what he had to do. Close to the quarter pole, I felt like he bobbled a bit, but in my mind, just normal because it's soft. Sometimes they go and miss a step or so.
Sandy Slew by 3. Blind Ambition into second. Disco Partner is 3rd. Sandy Slew holding on in the Troy.
We won the race, and when I pulled him up, something wasn't right. He was off one of the front legs, and I jump off and take my saddle off and wait for the ambulance to get him. We actually couldn't take the pictures that day because I had to pull him up. At the end of the day, we got to do what it was right for the horse. I went to swim like 6 months later at the farm, and he was still a little hurt. He didn't need any surgery. I mean, he was happy. I was able to ride him, and he was very quiet. I asked Jeremiah if he wasn't running anymore, please to let me have him. And it was easy because he was owned by Jimmy, my agent's dad, and he told me if it was done, I could have it, and that was it. By that time, I bought my farm in outside Ocala. Sandy was the first one I brought home. I thought I would take care of him, just like paying him back for win that race, you know. And now, a year later, I think he's happy and I think he's healthy now. And he's really tricky. I had to keep him by himself. He doesn't like to live with nobody else. Leilani rode him already. He was very kind, very easygoing horse, very nice. I just wanted to give him what he deserved. He deserved a good retirement, and I'm happy I was able to give it to him. Hopefully we can find him another career and he goes on.
That's a tweet sent out by Jose Ortiz too, and Sandy slew with the kids. That Troy win, first stakes win in 43 starts.
Yeah, he was a cool horse, though. He ran so well for so long. He's just one of those sort of memorable horses, not one of those horses that you would know for big race wins. But if you're somebody like us that spend a lot of time at the track, you appreciate horses like him. And of course, he was owned by Jimmy Riccio Sr. Jimmy Riccio Jr. was Jose's longtime agent. They recently parted ways up in Saratoga, but that was a lot of the connection, I think, between these two and the horse Jose rode. It's really nice to see he's given him a great home.
Yeah, and Jose looked slow start to that Saratoga meeting, but started to pick up and had a nice finish to the meet as well.
He did. He really picked up towards the end. And to tell you, he gave a great ride to win a $400,000 race at Presque Isle the other night. And he won it on a horse that those of us that were liked his chances thought she'd be forwardly placed. I think Jose probably felt like speed might have not been doing well that night. And instead of being up towards the front, he took her to the back of the pack, but he could not have given Artie's Princess a better ride.
91 buyer in the win. Getting Cafe Society in here and making all the right moves. Yeah, Jose Ortiz, 7 for 12 record. All those wins coming on synthetic.
And the horse that she was passing on the lead that's now in third, eventually finishes fourth or fifth, is Caravel, who won the race last year. And of course, we saw Caravel win one of our stakes in the turf up in Saratoga. Caravel set the pace and couldn't hold on, though, but saw a very nice move. I don't think we're going to see this filly, though, go on to win the Breeders' Cup sprint. I don't think that's
probably not. I believe 6 of the first 11 winners of this race went on to win it.
Is that right? Wow.
That's an incredible number.
Or 6 wins, with Groupie Doll winning it twice, right? Wow. But you know, you look at that. Informed Decision was very good on synthetic and did well there. Obviously, Groupie Doll handled it as well. They were particularly good horses. I don't think that Princess Artie is going to be competitive against the sprinters this year, but who knows?
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll get into race 4 from Churchill Downs when we return. And Florent Giroux returning east after summering in the sunshine, actually in California, I should say, the Golden State, and having a very productive summer. We'll be back with race 4 from Churchill and see Florent right after this. Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Beautiful weather here in South Ozone Park, but we'll get back to action tomorrow. Live action from Churchill and Horseshoe Indy later today coming up. We're into race 4 coming up at Churchill Downs. You can play all the action with Naira Bets. Get 10 times points at Horseshoe Indy. Learn more on the website at nairabets.com. No opt-in required. So jump on that. So 4th race, about 12 minutes away from Churchill Downs. Let's look at the weekend schedule coming up from Belmont at the Big A. Joseph A. Jimma Stakes. We have the Grade 3 Athenia, the Ashley Cole on Saturday, and then Sunday, Grade 2 Gallant Bloom, Kamari, and Lady Rocket among those who are going to line up. Kamari for Wesley Ward coming off a career best performance at Saratoga.
Yeah, Kamari ran, I think she may have won. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of somebody else, but Kamari ran very well. I mean, she's been a horse that's been very lightly raced by Wesley Ward. She runs 3 or 4 times a year. She's a Grade 1 winner. Her form looked like it was declining before this race, but I think she had some excuses in those races when the favorite Bella didn't show up. So Sophia didn't show up. Made her job easier, but Joelle, as he always is, confident in running down the hard luck Frank's Roquette.
105 Bayer in this victory, leaps and bounds better than what we'd ever seen from her. And she was in a duel too, but puts away Frank's Roquette, who has produced so many big runner-up finishes in her career. Got a feel for her a little bit because she always runs well. But this Grade 2 win, honorable miss, goes to Kamari. Now, can she back it up off that? I mean, it was so above and beyond what she's ever done. She's had plenty of time, though, to recover from it. We'd love to see if she can continue to produce that kind of a race. As for Lady Rocket, Brad Cox did not really show up in the Ballerina against Goodnight Olive. She had come into that race in pretty sharp form.
Yeah, they didn't even make any attempt to be forward with her in the last race, which seems strange because she's only at worst going to be effective being forward. Now, as it turned out, there was effectively a rabbit in the Ballerina, so she wasn't going to win towards the front end anyway, but it probably contributed to her poor performance. I haven't seen who's in the field. We haven't even drawn it yet. Or if we drew it, we just drew it. So I've seen how much speed isn't there, because if there isn't any speed to run with Lady Rocket early, she's going to be very tough to beat.
Yeah, she is incredibly quick. In that Grade 3 Chicago at Churchill back in June, we saw the damage that her speed can do. So looking forward to that coming up on our weekend card on Sunday. 4th at Churchill, going to stretch out to a mile and 16th. $10,000 claiming race. And I thought Jingle was the tougher half of the entry, but comes out in here.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't know if they would run both of them in here. I would agree that Jingle was probably the better of the two. Do you really want those off-the-turf races at Belterra? But there is one good number for the one altered back at Churchill in a non-off-the-turf race in a $10,000 claim race at this level.
There's the remaining half of the entry. Altered does get the rail, but a lot of money on Knight's Cross, who, again, interesting story to follow with this horse. Absolutely has stopped the last 3 starts.
Yeah, I want no part of this horse.
If you get away from those, an equipment change, blinkers off today, towers over this field.
And they are having the claiming waiver, is not running for that $10,000 tag. Last ran for $8,000, but I wouldn't touch this horse with a 10-foot pole. This horse obviously has back races to go to, but Greg, 3 straight races starting in December were abysmal. I mean, beaten 36, you want to say, okay, sloppy sealed track. Well, then eased, and then the next time at 2-1, virtually eased. I wouldn't bet this horse. This horse wins, I would have to lose. I'm sorry. I could never bet a horse like this.
3 races in a row where he is completely stopped.
Right.
But we've not seen him since March. They will make an equipment change. We're talking about the 9. I know we're looking at the 3.
And maybe the claiming waiver is a good sign. They don't want to lose the horse for $10,000. Okay, maybe so, but they claimed the horse for $8,000. Maybe that's why 6 months into him, they don't want to lose him for 10. But I wouldn't take 3. I'm not saying he can't win, but I wouldn't take 3-2 on this horse in a million years. I prefer the 3 Moliere off the claim for Jason Barkley over the number 5 Rye Humor.
Rye Humor had put together back-to-back wins at Churchill late last year and is going to drop from 16 down to 10. But there's a 3 Moliere. Jason Barkley just claimed this horse has gone from
a lot of
third barn the last 3 starts.
And this horse was with Diodoro back in February, but it's been around, and I thought ran fine last time. For a trainer that has put together a pretty good win percentage, 23% in the year, Brittany Vanderberg. So we'll see how Jason Barkley can do. This went off the claim, but certainly ran well enough in dirt races to win this race, coming off 2 on the turf. Dirt seems to be probably the preferred surface, though.
Yeah, it comes from, you see how far back this horse was in the grass. Doesn't have to probably be that far back on dirt.
No, this horse isn't. Well, in this race, based on, I mean, the pace projector has this horse way back, which is a problem. And I think that's a bit of a problem because the horses I prefer, the 3 and 5, at least according to the time form pace projector, don't project to have a lot of speed.
But at least on dirt, he can keep a little more contact than he's shown on grass, it would seem. Probably a factor of that he just does not like the grass.
Yeah, I mean, he's run well enough on the grass, but he's probably a better dirt horse. But maybe the lack of speed does work against him in this race. The speed looks like the number 4 through the vine supposed to go in here, right? Not impossible. And if Knight's Cross can still run, Knight's Cross and Florent Giroux are supposed to be right in his flank, right? I just don't know how you bet a horse like
Tough
Knight's
one
Cross.
to read with the 9. We'll get a look at him on the track, and maybe that will help.
Hard horse to like. Man, is he a hard horse to like.
8-5 favorite has not scared anyone away. The fact that completely stopped each of his last 3 starts. But maybe they got him right. There he is, our first look at him, this gray 6-year-old now, who, if you take away those races where he did not finish, it's not even close. He'd be, what, 2 to 5 in here?
Yeah, he overwhelms the field, but he ran those races, and they dropped him down to a bottom level, and I know waiver or not, I could never trust this horse. He would win without me.
Call to post, and we'll begin with the remaining half of the entry. Altered's going to kick things off from the inside.
Yeah, Altered not impossible. Has been running the one off the turf races, and generally, other than one race, his scheduled dirt races or his have not been good efforts.
10-1 next store. Improbable story, a 5-time winner.
The good effort was on a wet track at Belterra. Coming back to Churchill, I'm skeptical of his form.
Moliere, one of the 2 you liked in here. Jason Barkley off the claim.
I do, but you do have to worry. Claim from a high percentage outfit and a horse that doesn't have a lot of early speed, at least on paper, on dirt.
8-1 through the vine. Blinkers coming off, 3-time winner.
Much more of a turf horse. I know this horse has run okay on the dirt, but for the most part, the good efforts are on the turf or wet track off the turf races.
Rye Humor, we mentioned he'd put together back-to-back wins at Churchill last year.
Yeah, I thought it made sense dropping down here for Randy Moss and was a sort of logical player, but he's another one that doesn't have a lot of speed.
And this horse, big figure last start, but it was in the mud at Ellis.
$7,500 claiming race, but I don't disagree. The last race is fast enough to win here.
Major's Vindication, Al Stahl sends out, 25-1.
This is a horse another one that's kind of lost the form, little bit of a freshening, but I just don't prefer the recent form.
Jurisdiction, huge price, was a beaten favorite at Belterra last start.
Yeah, and a conditional $5,000 claim or pass.
And still favored. Can he run anymore? That is a legitimate question with this horse. After the last 3 starts, he has just stopped.
But he is drifting up, so if you like him, he's a better price. We'll see if he keeps drifting up.
Is there a price where you take him in this race?
No. Because I don't think it's possible he gets to that price.
Well, so would it be above double-digit odds?
No, 5-1.
Okay. That was his morning line, by the way. But, yeah, he will not get there, I would not think. Let's go to Paul for more.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, a difficult race in here because it's horses that are really tough to trust in here. Moliere, the 3 horse in here, pace dependent, like Andy said. You know, this horse does have a win here at Churchill Downs, 3 for 17 lifetime. Been in some good barns. You know, Jason Barkley doesn't get too ambitious, sort of stays at the $10,000 level. So I can understand where they're going there. The 3 Moliere is just going to have to make up some ground. Now, the 9's Knight's Cross, I could not agree with you guys more. I would think Florent Giroux getting aboard is a good sign that this horse is nice and healthy. Obviously, with the last 2 comment lines saying stopped, jogged in. You really don't want to play horses where the last 2 running lines have been that. But here's a horse, a grayer 6-year-old that does have 2 wins on this racetrack. And if Flo wants to, I think can get to the front end in here. There's not a ton of pace in here. And maybe this horse will get, you know, at least brave enough with the blinkers off and not stop like the last couple times, but just really tough to trust. You know, I landed on here. I landed on the 6, Money for Mischief. I've been noticing a lot of these Juan Cano horses. When he's been claiming these horses or bringing these horses, they've been getting a little bit better and better with racing. This is a horse that hadn't run since June. Average race in May here, a little bit better in last time out, or 2 times out at Churchill Downs. And then last time showed an improved speed over, I get it, a muddy racetrack at Ellis, but it seems like those races have actually transferred over. So I like the 6 here, Money for Mischief, because there's just too many questions on a lot of the other horses in here.
All right, Paulie, thanks. That's a 6 who you're looking at, and he has a huge effort at Churchill. It was a ways back, November 2020. 50,000 starter allowance when he got an 84 buyer in that performance. Won't need that, you wouldn't think, to win here today.
Probably not. Probably not.
Well, Al Stahl next door. He's got the 7 majors vindication, and big moment for a horse who he's had around for quite some time. We've seen a lot on our program. Dalika getting finally a Grade 1 win this summer at Churchill in the Beverly D.
Well, whatever that turf course was at mid-August at Churchill, she liked it. And it seemed like horses had trouble making up ground. Looked like Princess Grace had her measured, got there, maybe even gotten by her, but she came back on. She met Princess Grace again at Kentucky Downs, and you saw the same result. She went at the front, and Princess Grace simply could not catch her.
She's been so good when she's been able to get to the front and control.
Yeah.
And she came out of that Grade 1 win to get a Grade 3 Kentucky Downs. So back-to-back wins for the 6-year-old for Al Stahl and Balmar Equine.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see Al doing well with her. Of course, for those not familiar, Al trained the Mighty Blame, who's doing so well at Claiborne as a sire right now, and probably unfairly denied Horse of the Year when he won the Breeders' Cup Classic over the previously undefeated Zenyatta. Yeah, I mean, Al's a very, very good trainer. We saw him win with a first-time starter at Saratoga on the turf that paid a big price. We saw him have another firster on the turf that ran second to a nice-looking horse that beat him. And Al's a very crafty trainer. He has one flaw. He's very good friends with Tom Amoss. They've trained together. I mean, they've been friends a long time,
Since
right?
high school.
Yeah, and Al, of course,
And
a big
before high
force.
school.
And, yeah, no, big force down in Louisiana racing. Also a terrific guy.
2 exceptional trainers. We're set for the 4th. Let's go to Travis Stone.
Through the Vine, bounces out near the top, and Probable Story is there. And from that outside post, here's Knight's Cross. Knight's Cross with plenty of early speeds, going to cross and clear for the run to the opening turn. Florent Giroux saving ground right off the mark with Knight's Cross. They step out by 2.5. Through the Vine, broke on top, is going to back off to sit second early. Jurisdiction races up in the clear while third. Altered is keyed up in between 4th. Improbable Story down toward the inside now up into 4th. Altered is fighting the rider every step of the way. In tight between while 5th. Major's Vindication wide on that first turn in 6th. Rye Humor covered up drafting in behind that second flight down toward the rails 7th. Money for Mischief coasting along 8th and on the far outside. And Moliere's the trailer down the backstretch run. Behind an opening quarter in just 24-3 and an opening half in 49-1. Advantage Knight's Cross, who's been unopposed so far, heading for the far turn. Through the Vine, ratcheting up the pressure though, and just like that has taken the lead. Knight's Cross is now back to 3rd as Money for Mischief rallies up into 2nd. So round the far turn, through the Vine, the leader to the quarter pole. Money for Mischief is poised on the outside 2nd. 4 lengths back to Altered, clear sailing now 3rd. Off the turn, through the Vine is set down and is holding on to that lead and is opening up now. Through the Vine opens up by 4. Money for Mischief fully extended. Rye Humor farther back with Improbable Story. Everybody chasing Through the Vine, who wins big. 5 on the wire. Money for Mischief was 2nd. Improbable Story was 3rd. And Rye Humor was 4th.
Well, Knight's Cross again coming up empty. It's Through the Vine, trained by Gary House for the 4th win of his career.
And then this horse, who previously had done most of his running and his effective running on the turf, got it done today, and didn't matter that he didn't beat the speed when they sent Knight's Cross. He just stalked a horse that can't run anymore. Knight's Cross just threw in the towel, half mile to go, and probably shouldn't be racing, really, the way he ran today. Just stopped and plummeted the back of the pack and couldn't have had it any easier. Ferrant did everything he could, and Through the Vine made it impossible for anybody to make up any ground.
Big separation, yeah, between him and your second place finisher, 8-1. On Through the Vine, the equipment change, blinkers coming off. For Gary House, Alex Achard. And trainer owns him as well.
Source just completely galloped.
Fourth win of his career in his Churchill Downs debut. Big number there. This pick 5 is going to be nice. If you're still alive, good luck. Final leg coming up, and a new pick 5, the late one, beginning next in race number 5, which will be a 40 claiming race at a mile and 16th. We will set it up for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We've talked a little racing betting strategy, like keeping it simple and just betting to win and place if you like a horse at high enough odds or a horse that might be offering obvious value. There are other pitfalls in betting though, like forgetting to box. If you like 2, 3, or even 4 horses in a race, you just about always box them in your exactas and trifectas. If you do like one horse above all others, you can also key them on top of other horses.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 8-1 Through the Vine. Too good for this group today.
$18 was that on a horse that was about as easy a winner as you could get. Just stalked the favorite, Knight's Cross, who had absolutely nothing. That one plummeted through the field, and Through the Vine made it look easy. Nice win, Alex Achard.
These pick 5s, wow.
Yeah, they got to be good because the second winner, there's no way that horse is 3 or 2 in the pick 5. So what's the smallest one?
Lowest is just below 7,000.
Is that for $2 though?
No, that's for 50 cents.
For 50 cents?
Yep.
Seriously? Wow.
Yes.
Really? Wow. First winner was 5-2. I mean, the parlay versus the race around $20. Obviously, the horse is bigger, so you got about $200. Wow.
Through the Vine, 1854 for the victory. Gary House owns and trains. Alex Achard aboard for that win. Race 5 to close out the early pick 5 starts the late pick 5.
Right to the front with family time.
$40,000 claiming race coming up. Big Bad Diva. The one to beat right now. Tyler Gaffleone, Safi, Joseph Jr. Big numbers, as we mentioned, to close out this early pick 5. Hoping for big numbers in this late sequence as well. How are you going to play it, Paulie?
Well, the sequences here so far to start this meet have been unbelievable. We've had a $100,000 pick 5, $85,000 pick 5. We had almost a $100,000 pick 6. I mean, the average payout's been unbelievable. And again, like Andy said, the lowest you can do is 7,000. It's pretty amazing. But I think that the horse, that was the first time starter got bet down, playing a little bit bigger. In this late pick 5, I don't think it gets much easier. I started the 1 and the 2 in here. Big Bad Diva, I just thought the horse to beat. I also think Family Time as well as the other horse in here. 2 wins here dropping down for Dale Ramos. If I was going to use another one, it'd be the 3. 3 has the same kind of look as the horse that won earlier. A top at Indiana Downs. How can you trust it? And it was an off-to-turf race. So I really don't know what to do with that. In the next race, we have a nice little maiden race of a bunch of 2-year-old colts and geldings. I thought wide open, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 12 in there. The 12 Street Swag for Brendan Walsh. I also heard the 4 can absolutely run a little bit. In race number 7, Flaming Hawk is the horse to beat in there by far. I'm also going to use the 9 in there, who I think is the lone speed in there and Wild Behavior. I know that he's been beaten by Don't Forget a couple times, but I like him in this spot. In race number 8, Hoist the Gold is going to be very, very tough to beat in there. I'm going to double up in that spot. And then race number 9, I'm going to double up as well. Pretty affordable ticket with 6 and 9 in the last, guys. I'm not going to tell you that this is difficult or not, because it seems like every single one has been difficult here at Churchill Downs, but I do like my ticket today.
Well, when they're paying like this early pick 5 is playing, yeah, extremely difficult. We told you just shy of $7,000 to the current favorite to close out this pick 5, coming up with Big Bad Diva. We got Horseshoe Indy coming up very soon. They're first on the card. Condition claiming race for 5,000, 5.5 furlong sprint to begin things, and a 1-2 favorite with the scratch of the 2 and 5 in here. Holiday ticket short price for Gennaro Garcia off the claim.
Looks pretty good.
Big drop in class too. More on the opener from Horseshoe Indy, and we'll get into the late pick 5 from Churchill when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day of the Races, program brought to you where you can play it all. Get signed up if you've not already. Go to NyraBets.com. Match 200, that code to use at sign up and get that $200 deposit match. Sign up bonus in your account. Also, don't forget, Saturday contest continuing all meet long at Belmont at the Big A. Show off your handicapping skills in that $300 online live money contest. Win cash prizes and seats into the following week's contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday at NYRA.com/contests. First at Horseshoe Indy. Again, 5.5 furlong sprint. 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races in this spot. And Holiday Ticket, the 4 and even money favorite. We start with Ingersoll.
Yeah, we'll see if Ingersoll can upset the favorite in this race. Does have a little bit of speed, so maybe she can get position. Within 5 scratching, there is less speed.
9-5 Prince Act.
Supposed to be the speed of the speed in this race isn't enough an advantage to beat the favorite.
Just second time against winners, but it is a drop in class.
Right, but you are talking about a horse, to be fair, that has not run since March and is dropping down off a bad effort off the claim. So while the horse to beat, layoff to be a concern.
That was the even money favorite, the 4 we were talking about. And then the 6, My Dad's Better Than Yours at 8-1.
I think my dad was better, but okay. I don't know. I didn't really see much to like here. I think given the scratches that the 3 is probably the likeliest upsetter of the 4. The horse is 2-1 right now. What do you think? Any real opinion?
I wouldn't be rushing to bet Holiday Ticket at even money.
I mean, the horse was claimed by Robertino Diodoro, runs lousy a month later, and that was after Diodoro was on that bad run at Oaklawn, right? He was on a kind of a bad run early in the meet, but I think but that meet went on for so long, who can remember? But you have to wonder about a horse, and now comes back for 5,000.
Not a good sign.
Yeah, not a great sign, but probably the right horse to beat. Sired by the horse that won the in the dead heat in the Travers. Don't see a lot of golden tickets, do you?
No, you do not. With
Alpha.
There you go. 33-1, I believe, golden ticket. And Kenny McPeak, I had a chance to talk to him about it a couple of years ago, was not even going to run in that race, but there was no other condition for him to run.
There must have been something in Europe he could have shipped to. Kenny never avoiding. I'd love to be able to convince them to take Classic Causeway and put him back on the dirt. But I'll never win that argument.
Well, keep in mind, too, this horse at 6-5, his only win came in the mud.
He is a very dicey proposition at a super short price. The money came in the 1. Do you think people think the 1 could be the speed over the number 3? Either the 3 might be a little bit faster with an aggressive ride for Mojica could be in front. Maybe this one goes, though. Probably supposed to from the rail, right? The last fig is fast enough to win. But I think the right bet here is Prince Act at 5-2 is the 3rd choice in this 4-horse field.
The only multiple winner, right, in the field? Yeah.
This is weird.
One on the racetrack.
How is this horse allowed in as a winner of 2 races? Never won. It doesn't say 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won 2.
They never write the full condition, right?
Well, I guess it's not counting state-bred races because the horse won a race for Indiana breds, right?
That was a state-bred
But it does seem a little bit weird, right?
Sometimes they, at least in my experience, you don't see the whole condition.
Yeah, no, you must be right. But it does, I mean, you'd like to think it is, but I did not check the condition book. But clearly, we wouldn't be the only ones to notice that. And now, right now, the 1 Ingersoll is the same price as the 3. Can't blame people for looking for alternatives to the 3, can you?
Super short number, though, starting to float up a little bit. There he is. So, Holiday Ticket. Gennaro Garcia claims off of Diodoro. Before that, it was with Kenny McPeak. He'd been claimed. So, barn to barn to barn.
Yeah. I mean, the fastest races pretty much belong to Holiday Ticket, but it's very hard to trust horses coming off layoffs like that. And, you don't like to have hard and fast rules, but probably if you avoided betting short-priced horses off of long layoffs that are dropping, you're probably better off over time. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, I would agree with that. As they load in, Ingersoll taking late money here down to 3-2. Actually vying for favoritism.
Probably hoping that's one's the speed. I'm hoping the 3, Prince Act's speed. I bet a couple dollars on Prince Act. 5-2 seems like a generous
John
price.
Dooley, the call to kick off the card from Horseshoe Indy.
5.5 furlongs, stand by, one more. Eddie Perez with My Dad's Better Than Yours. Main track fast under sunny skies on a 90-degree day. They're in the gate. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. And there's Holiday Ticket, who strides out in company with Ingersoll, who just leads with the rail for Gage Holmes. Fernando de la Cruz keeps Holiday Ticket in the yellow cap close to Ingersoll. Orlando Mexica and Prince Act third close up as they dash past the half-mile pole. And with Eddie Perez, My Dad's Better Than Yours trails the quartet here on the Wednesday opener as Ingersoll leads Holiday Ticket by 3/4 of length with just over 3 furlongs to go. It's Ingersoll tracked by Holiday Ticket. Prince Act is third and looking to gain on these joint leaders as they come toward the quarter pole, where Holiday Ticket has gained the upper hand on Ingersoll. Prince Act toward the inside and wide. My Dad's Better Than Yours is last, top of the stretch. It's Holiday Ticket. Ingersoll was switched out. Prince Act holds that inside position. Holiday Ticket, 1 furlong to go. Leads Prince Act, Ingersoll. And My Dad's Better Than Yours has always been outrun. They come past the 16th with Fernando de la Cruz. Holiday Ticket, the first favorite. Holiday Ticket on top. Beats Prince Act by 3.5. Then Ingersoll and My Dad's Better Than Yours.
Dropping class in his second time against winners in Holiday Ticket. Pretty easy time in the opener.
No problems at all. The number 3 didn't break that sharply, allowed Ingersoll to get the lead, but didn't really matter here. Prince Art just sort of sat second on the inside. The winner, Holiday Ticket, won like the layoff was no problem, and the drop down got it done quite easily. Probably got claimed.
Against this group, it looked like he's going pretty good.
Very, very easily.
So Holiday Ticket, second win of his career in 8 starts, winning off the bench. First time we saw him since late March. As easy as could be there. Back at Churchill, this again kicks off the late pick 5. If you're alive in the early pick 5, we wish you the best. They're paying huge returns here. Tyler Gaffleone, he's on Big Bad Diva. 6-5 current favorite for Safi Joseph when gate to wire last time out. Tyler Gaffleone seemed destined to become a jockey, a third-generation rider. Used to practice riding the armchair of his couch to follow in the footsteps of his father. After an Eclipse Award as the nation's top apprentice, he has developed into one of the very best in the business.
Love the horse. I love being around them. They have a calming sense to them.
Tyler Gaffleone pretty much knew he wanted to be a jockey before he could spell his name.
No, just the way that set up early. Tyler Gaffleone. I remember 3rd grade, I think I finally perfected it. I used to get a couple of the letters mixed up.
Tyler felt he was destined to become a third-generation jockey, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather.
I remember my first pony when I was 5, I believe, was Chipper Jones. I named him after my favorite baseball player, and he didn't really like me, but we developed a relationship after a while, and he taught me a few lessons, but I need to learn them. I was born in '94, and I think he rode maybe a year or 2 after that, and I think he called it quits. He got in a pretty bad spill at Delaware. He taught me everything I know. He used to spend hours with me on my equicizer. I'd ride a few pretend races during the day, and at the end of the day, Dad, come see what I learned today, come see what I worked on, and he was just so supportive of me. Never pushed me to do anything I didn't want to do, just supported me, and just gave me all the love in the world.
Gaffleone established himself early on as a top jockey in Florida. However, it would be aboard War of Will in the 2019 Triple Crown that would put Tyler on the map nationally.
Tyler Gaffleone has War of Will, 4th at the rail and 4 lengths off the lead. A similar trip to the Kentucky Derby, right behind the pacemaker.
Just a pure happiness. He's a very special horse to me in my career. He taught me a lot, not only about this game, but about myself. Even to this day, I still get chills watching the race. It doesn't even seem real.
But it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front. In front by 2 lengths late. A late charge from Longshot Everfast on the inside 2, but nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
The Spa is one of Tyler's favorite places. It had extra meeting in 2022 He got married in Saratoga 2 days before the meet started.
We decided to do it up in Saratoga. Most of our family's from up there. They were born and raised, went to school there, and it just makes it easier for everybody traveling. And we're going to be there for the meet anyway. So it's a very exciting year for us. We're thrilled.
Number 6 is Got Stormy. The rider, Tyler Gaffleon.
I enjoy what I do. I love coming to work every day, and anything can happen no matter what you do. So you just got to enjoy life and make the most of it.
He has really developed his craft. He is one of the best in the game. He just dominated it at last Churchill meet. 62 wins to win, going away, doubling up on the second closest rider to him, closing in on 2,000 for his career.
Nah, he's a terrific rider, and he and his agent Matt Musiker are a terrific team, riding the right horses, getting it done. And he had kind of a slow start at Saratoga. I thought he picked it up a lot in the second half of the season, but he's consistently a solid rider and usually looks to have his horses forward and in good position.
Now he's on the 7-5 favorite here, and that's a filly who was able to get to the front, go gate to wire in her last start off a layoff. We'll see if she's able to do that again.
Seemed like a fair racetrack she ran on last time at Monmouth, so I don't think she's helped by bias. I don't know if she's as good as the number 2 Family Time. She'll probably vie for favoritism with that one by the time it's post time.
Here is Family Time, Joe Talamo for Dale Romans.
Based on the double, you're not going to get anywhere close to 4-1 on this horse.
Huge drop.
Probably close to 2-1 yet. She just stumbled badly at the start last time against much better and lost all chances. I think she's the one to beat.
Ran against Juju's Map 3 starts back is what huge class edge in terms of who she's been facing. Pretty extreme at 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, the problem I have with her is a lot of her dirt wins are off the turf races, and overall, she does have some dirt races that are pretty good. Maybe a chance.
8-1 next door, Sunny Isle Beach.
She's been running well enough going longer, though. I always wonder if she's better races came going shorter. There seems to be effective going longer these days.
Jump to the 7 with the scratches. She's a dime who should be forward.
Yeah, you have to think so, stretching out, right? They're going to look to go. Will Family Time be in front of her? Will they be aggressive enough? And these stretch outs, I don't want them without the lead.
And then Malibu Marley outside, big price, 15-1.
Is that the trainer that was third in the last race at a big price, or I'm looking at the wrong PPs probably? I didn't think this horse was good enough.
2 minutes to post. Race again kicks off this pick 5. Paul put a ticket together for us. Big Bad Diva on most tickets. 7-5 favorite with Tyler for Safi Joseph. She's going to have company up front if she tries to go to the lead, isn't she?
Listen, she has the rail and Tyler, so you imagine the intention will be to go. But Family Time is faster, and Family Time's supposed to be in front of her. We'll see. Is she kind of a new horse who's showing more speed? I mean, that's a very fast pace, but Monmouth, you'll see fast paces. And keep in mind, it was a pretty quick race. I didn't think she'd be in front of Family Time. We'll see if she is. I'm just not sure even her last race necessarily, even if she runs back to that race, but it is Safi Joseph. They win in bunches. Maybe she'll come back and win again. Not a speed track. I looked it up. She did win easily last time.
Nearly a 3-month layoff. Well, it was a 3-month layoff, and she won going away against this group.
Yeah, this is one of those that the pace projector has her not near the lead, but I have to imagine she'll be more forward and suggest, and you have to imagine Tyler will look to go. It depends, I guess, how aggressive Talamo is, because I think on her best, she's the fastest horse. We'll see what plays out.
So you think we talked about the 7, though. It's good to show speed as
well.
well.
The question is how aggressive will Corrales be from the outside? She's stretching out, is supposed to be the fastest one in here. It doesn't always work out that way. But I agree. I mean, she's got the fastest fractions. You think she's a horse that can be forward and speed and sprints with quick-looking paces.
So why 8 and now 8-5? Why so much money on Big Bad Diva? Just connections? Or
Big
just
win.
Tyler?
Tyler, yeah, probably. They see Safi Joseph. I don't think she's supposed to be favored here. Do you?
Not with that drop from the 2.
Yeah, I think the 2 is a more likely winner personally. But I do think by post time, the 1 and 2 will be similar prices. I was going to bet Family Time, but there's very little separating in the double. So I imagine they're both going to be around 2-1.
I do like the warm-up, I'll say that, from the 1. 8-5, but yeah, that is a very short price.
Yeah, not really my kind. I don't love horses off wins, because horses off wins are usually overbet.
And quickly, to the 8th, that feature, we talked about it at the top of the show. Well, Paul's using a huge long shot in there, overtaxed on his ticket, and he thought, I think we agreed. Hoist the Gold, the 8th, the one to beat for Dallas
Yeah,
Stewart.
I mean, I didn't do a 10 amount of work on the race. I looked at it a little bit because we were going to talk about it, but I wouldn't say I handicapped the race. But his last race would beat this field, though Paul brought up that every other performance. Sometimes there is a lot of validity to that because he did run terribly in the Amsterdam after running well against similar horses 2-3 back, and then he ran very well last time. Not well enough. I bet him in his last start.
Mentioned Ruggs potentially for Ron Moquette. Maybe an interesting one to throw in. It's a good feature. Later part of the 8th, the 8th part of the pick 5. Again, this early pick 5 is going to be huge no matter who wins.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at the pick 4 with the 1 is $911 for $2. The pick 5 is $27,000. Basically
for two.
Yeah, for 2. But 27 times, and the first winner was 5-2 second choice. Basically, what happened was nobody used the 3 in the second race, the hot firster in the pick 5, but everybody used the horse in the pick 4 because they saw how much money the horse was taking. But the money was clearly hidden from the pick 5. I mean, the way those pick 5s are paying, I have to think that horse was paid $5, probably was closer to a $30 to $35 horse in the pick 5.
But was 8-1 morning line.
Okay, but still.
Huge field, though,
but still, I mean, there has to be a reason that the pick 5s are so much higher.
Everyone
leaned
away from
about 30
Pecurian
times
too.
higher. Maybe, but I think overall it has to be about the second. I didn't look with the double paid. I could look it up, but I doubt the double paid anywhere close to the $18 to $19 that was the parlay.
8-5 favorite Tyler Gaffleone on Big Bad Diva from the rail. Here's race 5. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're off. Pretty Extreme mid-pack toward the rail. Family Time, and from the outside, She's a Dime. She's a Dime from the outside comes on to challenge Family Time for the lead. Is a little bit quicker and establishes the lead for the run around the opening turn and opens up to lead by a length and a half. Family Time's going to back off to track the pace from second. Pretty Extreme comes away third on the outside of Big Bad Diva, who's covered up, saving ground fourth. 2 lengths back, Malibu Marley and Sunny Isle Beach the trailer. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter, and it's She's a Dime coasting along down the backstretch run. No pressure yet. Family Time content to track the pace from second. Right in behind them is Pretty Extreme outside third, and Big Bad Diva inside fourth. Up close, though, only 2 lengths off the leader. There's 4 furlongs to go. Farther back in the field, Malibu Marley's under pressure, and Sunny Isle Beach advances down inside, up 1 spot, but still with 6 lengths to go. So round the far turn, She's a Dime. More pressure coming from Family Time, and now Pretty Extreme comes on 3 wide. So these 3 stacked across the track with Big Bad Diva set to strike in behind. Turning for home, Pretty Extreme willingly comes on to take the lead and is shaken up off the turn, and with something left has opened up by 3 lengths now. Family Time with no response in second. Big Bad Diva's third. She's a Dime in fourth. Strung out field, 100 yards to go. Everybody chasing Pretty Extreme, who rambles home to win it by 4. Family Time was second by 3, Big Bad Diva third by 5, and She's a Dime was fourth.
Pretty Extreme dominates the field here in the 5th at Churchill.
Source had a decent enough trip, but absolutely dominated. You were right about the 7 getting the lead, the stretcher stretching out. She couldn't get the distance. Family Time stalk, she ran okay. But this horse, a dominant winner here at a nice price, and Big Bad Diva sat in the pocket and had absolutely nothing.
No, wilted here. 7-2, Pretty Extreme. Looking it up right now. The pick 5, about 11,000
for 50
plus.
cents. Well, we looked at the double while we were looking at the race, and the second winner paid like about a 10 or 11 to 1 shot in the early double. So there was the value. If you knew about that horse and you played pick 5s, maybe at Rich, I would have blown it in the last leg even if I got there, but I wouldn't have.
Yeah, tough one to have to close out. Obviously paid 11,000. They were all probably hard to have in here. When a first-time starter like the horse who ran in the second is in the first, but at least you had maybe doubles to look at.
Except you look at doubles, the horse didn't get bet. So that's
true.
why nobody
Yeah.
used it. Clearly big value if you knew.
Rest of this card, late pick 4 coming up from Churchill Downs. More from Horseshoe Indy will be brought to you by the next crew stepping in. Maggie Wolfendale, Acacia Clamont, they are standing by. They'll wrap up this race and, again, have that late pick 4 ahead. 7-2, pretty extreme for Gennaro Garcia. More America's Day at the Races right after this.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Porgo by 3.5 lengths. The new stakes record.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
There's a saying in horse racing, pace makes the race, and it's true. Most horses have a preferred running style. Some of them are speed horses. They jump right out of the gate and head to the lead. Others sit off the pace. They're stalkers. And others come from way off the pace, and they do their running late. They're called closers. When speed horses run loose on the lead without being pressured by other horses, they're more likely to win. On the other hand, when there's a lot of pace in the race, many speed horses, they're going to battle and likely tire each other out, which sets up for a closer.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Glad to have you with us. Thanks for sticking around as the ladies are taking over the desk for the late show today. Acacia Pilon alongside Maggie Wolfendale. Always a pleasure to get a chance to share the desk with you, my friend.
Likewise. We don't get to do it often, and I'm glad I get to be here with you. We were just complaining a little bit because we're inside for once, and it's such a gorgeous day here in South Ozone Park, Queens, that kind of wish there were some horses in the paddock. We could be downstairs, but here we are, looking forward to talking about Churchill and Indy.
Usually Maggie and I are in the rain or the wind or the cold or whatever it may be, but today we'll be inside, and we continue on with our live racing action at Churchill Downs in race number 5. The number 3, Pretty Extreme, makes it back-to-back wins for Gennaro Garcia. Won at Horseshoe Indy last time out and brought that show over to Churchill Downs for another victory.
Yeah, taking advantage of some off-the-turf races, Acacia, in her last 2 starts. And this one, obviously a scheduled dirt race, and really powered away from this field quite nicely for Gennaro Garcia. And looks as though she's kind of heading in the right direction and gets her way to the winner's circle, winning by nearly 6 lengths.
$9.72 for the win in the 5th at Churchill Downs. Race number 6 will be a fun one. It's the 2-year-olds going 6 furlongs on the main track in this maiden special weight. 2 with experience, the rest all first-time starters. As we take a look, and not surprising, Maggie, pretty wide open board because there's just not a lot of form to really go off of with this race.
Yeah, there's some, interesting horses. You have some that sold at sales. There's some interesting pedigrees. It's kind of funny looking through this race as a a whole. A lot of them seem to have more turf pedigrees, but obviously we're not going to get that at Churchill currently. And I'm wondering, how many of these trainers were wishing they were on the green stuff instead of the dirt today.
Maybe a starting point. We'll talk more about that 6th race in a moment, but meanwhile, some 2-year-olds that have won already, the 2-year-old fillies that are looking to add a stakes win to their tally Friday. Belmont at the Big A and navigating the 7 furlongs as well as we take a look at the Joseph A. Gemma for the New York bred 2-year-old fillies. Security Code, Maggie, just one of so many runners throughout the summer for Phil Serpy that impressed. Now, she did regress as far as her buyer speed figures did go. She faced a very good one in her first start, though.
That would be Maple Leaf Mel, who won the Maid of the Mist earlier on later on in the meet at Saratoga. And Security Code, she ran to that first effort. Kind of similar style. Obviously she's proven in both her career starts that she doesn't need the lead, that she can pass horses. And I think that's a feather in her cap, as she has hinted in both of her starts that going longer might ultimately be more beneficial to her as she gets to 7 furlongs in this Joseph A. Gemma.
The 7 furlongs will be a test for many. Meanwhile, Gambling Girl, certainly not the fastest of this field for Todd Fletcher, but the only one in the field that does boast a win at the distance, as she pulled away to win by 10.5 back at the end of August up at Saratoga, finishing well ahead of, well, I guess this is, the replay of the two where Miracle and Gambling Girl met, but Gambling Girl was the one that did win next time out, going the 7/8.
Yeah, and she just seemed as though she took a while to figure things out, Acacia, that being, I believe, her 3rd career start and when she broke her maiden. And Miracle, as we see, a little bit of greenness, but also raw talent here with her breaking her maiden early on in the Saratoga meet. And then you could see the late strides with Gambling Girl, hinting at the longer she gets to go, the better. And she's one that they had to kind of teach her to break alertly, and I think she finally figured that out last time.
Miracle posting to the outside, coming out of a 3rd behind the aforementioned Maple Leaf Mel in the Seeking at the Ante. That'll be a fun one on Friday, the Joseph A. Gemma for the New York bred 2-year-old fillies. Back here today, we continue with the 2-year-old fillies, but at Horseshoe Indianapolis, going 5.5 furlongs on the main track. This maiden special weight 1-5 currently on the number 4 Liturgia, as she is making her 5th start already, Maggie, but she has had a couple of strong races, particularly that last one where they just went 1-2 around the whole track.
Yeah, she was, battled. She was game, but she was beaten that day by Flamand, who I believe was only making her 2nd career start. It's a shame. We had some serious scratches. The little sister to life is good.
That's a bummer. I was excited to see her living good for Brad Cox. We'll see where she does show up. She's been training at Ellis Park. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see her running soon and see if she's even a fraction as talented as her older brother. Meanwhile, that does put a horse with the most experience in the field as your heavy favorite right now. Actually, several coming out of that common race, too. We'll meet the field, though, starting with one who's jumping up in class, Lily's Home.
Yeah, blinkers going on. She tested the pace the whole way. So with the blinkers going on, you have to think that their game plan is to go from the rail.
Face Flamand and Liturgia last time out. Here's Blushing Bell went by. There is your favorite.
There is Liturgia. Her last race makes her a serious contender, but there's some other horses with some upside, particularly that one there.
Yeah, she broke out first time out. She's a secret. The blinkers go on today.
Yeah, and then she was hustled up 5 wide, losing all the ground. You'd have to think with the apprentice rider on, it's trying to go gate to wire.
Here's Mo Hey Hey the Bold.
Could not keep pace early. I did do a little running through horses towards the end.
That's the field for the 2nd at Horseshoe Indy. Meanwhile, also coming up this weekend, a lot of big races around the country. Pennsylvania Derby Day coming up on Saturday. I know you're looking forward to being there on track, as you always are, Maggie. We'll take a look at this field for the Pennsylvania Derby. And it's a good field, good-sized field of 11 in here. Cyberknife 3-1, as this is a horse who won the Haskell, 2nd behind Epicenter and the Run Happy Travers last time out. But this Haskell win really showing over Taba that he put it all together.
He did, and he was able to rate comfortably behind horses, was able to scoot up inside of horses, I thought, and he had to wait for room here, and Florent Giroux kind of making the best choice, and this horse just really proving that he had turned the corner, that mentally things started clicking at the right time. And really subsequently, I thought his second place in the Travers last time out to Epicenter was a really good race, Acacia. Maybe at the end of the day, he might be a horse that is better with a target to go after. And we saw him on the front end in that Haskell, setting legitimate fractions, and really was game just to be defeated by the horse who is the leader of this division right now in Epicenter.
He was so impressive in both the Jim Dandy and the Travers this summer. As we take a look at that Travers, Cyberknife finishing second, Zandon with an improved effort in third. Zandon will break from the rail as he was stuck all the way outside in the Travers last time out, something that his regular rider Flavian Pratt was not thrilled about. Joel Rosario will climb aboard Zandon actually in his first start since his debut.
That's interesting, right? He was taking a ton of kickback this day in the Travers. We saw him be able to get over then from that far outside post. Never the easiest, yes, but going a mile and a quarter, you got a little bit more real estate to deal with heading to that stretch to secure a bit more of an inside post position. He was down on the rail. He got to safe ground thereafter, and he ran on well. You know, a horse that I think he was taken out of his game in the Jim Dandy, just kind of pressing up towards the pace, where I think he is a horse that ultimately does want to kind of pick his way through traffic and figure things out. I like the 1 1/8 actually a bit more weirdly, even though he ran well going a 1 1/4. I think maybe he gets the opportunity to. We'll see who goes here. There's some, maybe some overmatched horses that might use some forward momentum to have a shot here if he gets that pace to close into.
And as you and I had spoken about over the summer with Zandon, as he's a horse that physically looks like he wants to go longer, but you look at the races that he's running, particularly in the Jim Dandy, when he was a victim of how the race shaped up. And that's something that I think you need to kind of put into stock with him. He ran his career best Beyer speed figure last time, the same as Cyberknife.
Yeah, he did. And two, he's a horse that, let's face it, he is by Upstart, whom we haven't seen many of his progeny really want to go that far. So I think that it's kind of this middle distance of a 1 1/8 should really suit him, as you were mentioning, and probably getting a little bit better of a setup this time around.
We the People has plenty of speed as well, coming out of a second place finish in the West Virginia Derby. He and Skippy Longsocking will rematch as well. Yeah, it could set up to be a pretty honest pace. And let's see if Florida Derby winner White Abario can get back on track. I think that this is a race too where there's some really talented horses looking to kind of take that step forward, as they are, as you mentioned, kind of a level below the likes of Epicenter.
Right, and I really feel as though that Cyberknife should be the favorite, not that he's necessarily going to be. I think people with the success that Bob Baffert has had in the PA Derby might gravitate towards Taba, and he's kind of a bit more of an unproven commodity where there's that kind of mysterious lure I think people find with him, and a horse that has run some brilliant races in a limited number of starts, but Cyberknife, he is definitely the horse to beat.
Cyberknife 3-1 on the morning line. Taba 5-2 as he is only making start number 5. That son of Gunrunner, who has turned out to be just the most incredible sire as of yet. Meanwhile, horses on the track and approaching the starting gate for the second at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Do you see getting around your 1-2 favorite, Liturgia?
I would be willing to take a shot here with the 5. She's a Secret. Now, I don't, necessarily love the fact that you're probably going to get, well, maybe she's not quite as fast, but I do think She's a Secret could outrun, if she's professional this time, Liturgia to the front end. If she doesn't, then it is all about your heavy 1-2 favorite.
She's a Secret faced Hot Little Thing. First time out, for what it's worth, she came back and won a stake in her subsequent start. Race 2 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here's John Dooley with the call.
Now Gage Holmes with She's a Secret coming up. One more. Mohehe the Bold. Brian Rivera claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance. The opener went at 103.75. Second of the day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. Rough and sprinting. Blushing Bell broke sharp, as did Liturgia. Nearest the inside, Lily's Home. Black with the white dots now going for an early attack. It's Blushing Bell. Blushing Bell challenged up the inside in earnest by Lily's Home, and Liturgia now set to force the issue. As they line up for this past the half-mile pole, She's a Secret tracking fourth. Mohehe the Bold has dropped back to last at the 3.5, where Blushing Bell is bracketed by Liturgia, and Lily's Home now takes back with the rail. As they round the far turn, the quarter was 22.47 seconds. She's a Secret looks to gain from fourth, and Mohehe the Bold remains last to the quintet as these maiden 2-year-old fillies race past the quarter pole. Blushing Bell narrowly as Liturgia looms up on the outside. She's a Secret has the blue blinkers toward the inside. Lily's Home and Mohehe the Bold has trailed. They're in the final furlong and a half. Blushing Bell just clings on. Liturgia slightly drifts off her line while getting those left-handers. Now a switch of the crop for Liturgia as Blushing Bell battles Liturgia down toward the line. She's a Secret and Lily's Home. It's Blushing Bell. Blushing Bell dug her heels in for Joe Ramos at second asking. Blushing Bell was 19-1. Repelled Liturgia. Then Lily's Home was She's a Secret, and Mohehe the Bold was last to the 5.
Big upset in race 2 at Horseshoe Indy. Blushing Bell able to hold off Liturgia. They both come out of that August 30th race, Maggie, and Joe Ramos was not letting your favorite by.
She broke so much better in her second start. She was the second-time starter that showed improved speed because she had none of it first time out. And she was the one that suffered a very wide trip, losing all the ground against Liturgia in that last meeting on August 30th. And congratulations to Alan Love and Joe Ramos pulling off the massive upset here in race number 2 at Horseshoe Indy.
When we come back, we'll talk about Todd Pletcher and his bid for a colorful stakes win in Louisville this weekend. The Grade 3 Dogwood will see Colorful Mischief try to make it 2 victories in a row.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, a sire whose progeny can carry his speed on all distances, on all surfaces. As we take a look at what's coming up this weekend at Churchill Downs, got a little nice breeze going there. Of course, the win in the flag, courtesy of our great director, Mitch Levitas. Here's a look at the Saturday stake schedule at Churchill. 4 stakes on tap, Maggie, including that Grade 3 Dogwood, which came up very tough, especially considering that we're going to have a chance to see Echo Zulu, the champion 2-year-old filly of last year, make her first start since the Kentucky Oaks, as of course she was a late scratch on track prior to the Acorn.
Yeah, she was. She just never warmed up, and I was out there on the pony, and it was by far the right call. Now, hopefully everything is behind her, relatively speaking, coming back off of not that long of a break, so it's good to know that she is healthy and ready to go here. And I like the fact that she's turning back Acacia to the 7 furlongs of this Dogwood. We've seen her run valiant races, whether they're winning efforts or losing efforts, like in the Kentucky Oaks, around 2 turns. But I ultimately feel that she is a filly that never really grew or went on that much physically. And so therefore, I always love when these horses just turn back. If they haven't gone and filled out and gotten bigger, just turn them back to what they've showed that they can do really well early on.
And look, it makes complete sense too when you have one that's as talented as she is. She did win the Fairgrounds Oaks, which we just saw, going a mile and a 16th. She ran really well going the mile and an 1/8 of the Kentucky Oaks. A cut back to 7 furlongs, of course, the distance of the Acorn had she run there too. This is the right spot for her, and very exciting to see her back, as Ricardo Santana will be back aboard as well. One of her main foes, though, comes from Todd Pletcher's stable. Colorful Mischief, a nice allowance winner last time out.
Yeah, she did. She beat. Now these are, you know, the horses that she's running with here are decent horses. Do I think that Echo Zulu and Wicked Halo are better? Yes. She's going to have to up her game, but the turn back worked with her last time. And 2, another horse that's smaller in stature, so therefore she was able to stalk and pounce here. I thought this was a good, determined effort in her last start, where we did see her defeat. Like I said, horses that are okay, but they're not this caliber. She is going to have to step up and run probably the best race of her career thus far.
Jumping into much deeper water with that last year's 2-year-old champ coming back and some other talented fillies as well. We'll talk more about that Dogwood a little bit later on, but Todd Pletcher, meanwhile, has a 2-year-old waiting in the wings in this upcoming 6th race. This one, a colt by Medaglia d'Oro. There's King Doro. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. This is a colt who sold for $230,000 at the OBS April sale after working 10-1.
I didn't love the workout, I'll be honest. It looked like he looks like a big, strong colt, but he just never really dropped down and got into that stride like you like to see with a determined racehorse, and I'm not surprised to see blinkers on him, given that. And I do not like Todd Pletcher first-time starters wearing blinkers. I don't care. It just, 95% of the time, they don't win.
Back at Horseshoe Indy, meanwhile, 2-year-old filly Blushing Belle in her 2nd start. Very game, much improved speed, and she gets to break her maiden today.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see this one coming other than her losing ground first time out. I thought it would be the Tom Amoss horse. She's a secret to show more speed. We saw Liturgia, your heavy 1-2 favorite, take shot, had dead aim. Could never get by. You'll often see that with these young horses in general, that whoever gets to the lead, they kind of secure that position, and if they have the stamina to see it through, it's hard to get ones that, especially ones that are making their 5th career start and haven't won yet, they usually don't want to go by.
$40.40 for the win over your 4-5 favorite Blushing Belle. A big price in race number 2. Back at Churchill Downs, continuing on with the conversation with this 2-year-old race. King Doro, 9-2 on the line. The dam, the sister to Grade 1 Preakness winner Oxbow as well. And you mentioned this in this workout. Could it kind of be too that maybe this is a horse that wants to go a little bit longer? Again, the blinkers on, and for a Todd Pletcher firster, 9-2, 4-1, a little bit cold on the board.
Yeah, wait and see approach for me. I mean, I love Medaglia d'Oro's, but as you mentioned, maybe this is hinting at wanting a little more ground. Seemed fairly laid back and a big scopy horse in the paddock. I got quite a push on number 12 Street Swag, and I loved his workout.
We'll get back to him in a little bit. One that sold at the OBS June sale, working 21-2, as have horses stepping out onto the track. There's Single Dot Yacht feeling a little fresh today.
Good looking horse, as we see
Yeah.
the one breaking away from the post parade immediately.
Diversiful to kick it off.
Yeah, the Dam half to English Channel. It's much more of a turf pedigree.
Here's Single Dot Yacht by Good Magic.
Now, this one does have a dirt pedigree if you go back a generation. The Dam is half to Royal Obsession. Or he's this half to Royal Obsession. Sorry, my notes.
All
Terrible.
good. Number 3, Golden Fate. First time starter for Tom Amos.
Again, one that has more turf on the bottom, but Tom very good with his 2-year-old debuters on the dirt at Churchill, hitting at 26%.
Michael McCarthy sends out Lugan Knight.
And this is where the Dam is. Second Dam is a multiple graded stakes winning Roxy Gap.
Called by Golden Sense. Here's Happy as a Choice, second time starter.
Putting blinkers on, looked to be a good looking type. The winner was much the best that day and was third in the Iroquois in his subsequent start.
Protege for Ron Moquette, another Good Magic.
Yeah, this one actually I thought was one in the workout. Looked fairly quick, very much of a sprinting type, like the presence here on the racetrack.
Big pedigree as well, as we'll get back to that one in a little bit. Number 7, King Doro, is your tepid favorite still.
Yeah, like I said, this is a wait-and-see approach with me. I wasn't in love with that workout, but if you go back a generation, is the Dam half to Oxbow.
Here is My Imagination.
My Imagination could not make this one a winner.
Gelding by Claiborne Stallion Lee. We'll see what he has to offer on First Asking. Macho Villa, start number 5.
Weave through traffic to make up some ground where the top 2 finishers at Ellis last time kind of went 1-2 around the racetrack. He does have the experience edge.
Big price on this firster, Egyptian King.
This is the first full. The Dams have to multiple stakes winning Indiana bred Pearl Tiara, also trained by Tim Gleishaw.
Here's one that's taking a bit of money. Some sharp workouts on Seas of Normandy was 20-1 on the morning line for Larry Jones.
Well, he would be the first Normandy invasion to win as a first-time starting 2-year-old. And Larry and Cindy Jones, kind of the breeder of this one, have trained many of the family. And it is, on the bottom side, a sprinting family that could win early. But look at the 12 Acacia. I like him even more watching that.
He looks great now. Our producer, Evan, just told me, though, too, when he first stepped onto the racetrack, street swag, he was showing off his swag a little bit, rearing up, dropped his jockey. Looks like everything is A-okay now, so that's great to see.
Yeah, burning off some of that nervous pent-up energy we saw Vincent Chaminade doing. And we're 21-2, has a really nice way of going. And as you saw there, just a very handsome son of Street Sense. And the Dam was winless, but he is a half to Tabulator who won first 3 starts as a 2-year-old, including the Iroquois. And I remember talking to Brendan and him up in Saratoga and him saying that he had a Street Sense that he really liked. I'm assuming it's this one.
Well, there's your favorite 7-2 right now on King Doro. Let's check in with Paula Duca for more on these 2-year-olds.
Yeah, this is a confusing race, girls. I mean, when you look at this race, there's so many different horses in here. And I'll start with the 7, King Doro. Maggie's completely right. I mean, he's by far the biggest colt in the field, but he looks like he wants to go around 2 turns. Very, very scopy, as you guys would say, and a big individual. It looks like he was minding his matters, at least in the post parade. Now, in the paddock, the 2 and the 12 were the ones that were being frisky. The 2 now took off on an aggressive warm-up, but that horse has been taking a little bit of money. Tom Amos's horse, the 3, Golden Fate, I thought we warmed up very, very nicely. The colt by First Samurai for Edgar Morales. They're on a roll right now. Edgar looking for his 3rd in a row. And I just can't ignore the money the 11's taken here for Larry Jones. Now, a lot of people will look up, and right now at 5-1 from a 21 morning line, you're wondering, okay, is that just a win bet? This horse is 3rd in the will pays in the pick 3. So obviously this horse, the word is out that the 11 can run a little bit here. It seems like this horse has got some quick drills out of the gate occasion. Maybe the horse to catch here.
Speed could be dangerous. Paul, thank you. Seas of Normandy, Rafael Bejarano will be aboard that one. Rider change as Larry and Cindy Jones have their hands all over this one. Owners, breeders, and the trainer. And those fast workouts, unfortunately, we can't watch them on XVTV given that they're at Churchill. But being quick out of the gate for these 2-year-olds, such an important thing.
Yeah, well, look, the top side of the pedigree says go long dirt, on the dirt, but not a Normandy Invasion has not been a very precocious type of sire. But the dam, she won first out, albeit as a 3-year-old, and went 3 for 6 while sprinting on the dirt. And one of the half siblings is a good dirt sprinter. So with those workouts in mind, it seems as though the bottom half of the pedigree is kind of pulling through a bit more and showing its hand. So there was nothing that attractive about the pedigree, but it's Larry Jones, and we sometimes will see a lot of his horses take money, or at least that's kind of what I came upon at Oaklawn primarily, though I do believe he's now staying in Kentucky year-round. We'll see. Like I said, I like the 12 here. Don't love that he was acting up, but I love the workout coming in here, and 2, it is a precocious pedigree with the being half to the tabulator.
Number 7, King Doro, still your favorite. Tyler Gaffleone going to be aboard that one. Some intriguing first-time starters, as Paul mentioned, Tom Amos, Edgar Morales. They're always a dangerous duo. Picked up a lot of 2-year-old wins together in the spring.
They have, and their horses are running well here again. This one, though, the dam won on the turf, half to Coliquist, who's better on the turf. So there's more turf on the bottom side. First Samurai can go kind of either way. Again, I just lean towards the horses who have more dirt pedigree.
There goes the number 6, Protege, giving the starting gate crew just a little bit of trouble. This one, the dam, actually the sister to Creative Cause, Vexatious, Destined, such a big family, but obviously a lot of distance in there too.
Yeah, but immediate, there's a little bit more precocity. He's a half to Durku, who won first time out as a 2-year-old. So maybe this one shows a little bit of speed.
Fun 2-year-old race coming up at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
And they're off. Golden Fate broke alertly toward the rail. Lugon Knight is also there. Protege comes on through to grab third. Diversifal's away fourth. Down the backstretch run. Golden Fate after that. Good beginning's the leader. Lugon Knight on the outside pressing second. Protege is third. Happy as a Choice advancing inside fourth. Diversifal fifth. Seas of Normandy moving up on the far outside from 6th. Street Swag 7th. King Doro 8th. Single Dot Yacht 9th toward the rail. Macho Vila 10th by 5. Egyptian King and My Imagination at the back. They're a dozen lengths off the lead. Golden Fate tears through a quarter in 21 3. Hounded every step of the way by Lugon Knight, who's come on to put a nose in front. Lugon Knight has taken the lead, heading for the quarter pole. Golden Fate is back into second. Protege picks it up now. Protege comes on and grabs second and is looking for the lead and grabs it right at the 3/16. Protege's in front by 2. Lugon Knight back into second. Seas of Normandy fights on from third. Diversifal is fourth. Final 16th coming. Protege has kicked it into gear and is clear by 2.5. It will be Protege the winner. Lugon Knight ran well, has to settle for second. Seas of Normandy was third, and Diversifal was fourth.
Protege with that good pedigree wins on debut for Ron Moquette. Julian Leperoux aboard as he was able to go right on by Lugon Knight.
Yeah, they picked this one up for only $80,000, and right off the bat, they win a purse of $120,000. Well done, Ron Moquette, to have Protege ready. He looked ready on the racetrack, thought he was the one with, as far as the immediate pedigree goes, some sprint pedigree. We've seen these good magics. They have come to the racetrack, ready to run, ready to fire at first asking, much like, I shouldn't say first asking because he broke his maiden in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but he was your champion 2-year-old several years ago. And Protege just following that early pace there. Really, Lugon Knight running huge.
Yeah.
This was the one with a lot of turf pedigree, I thought. And Michael McCarthy always proving that he's a trainer with live horses.
Lugon Knight for Michael McCarthy had to settle for second, ran a big race. Seas of Normandy, actually that one for Larry Jones, we talked about, who was taking quite a bit of attention. It did end up getting up for third, but no doubt about your winner. It was Protege, first-time starter for Ron Moquette. 6-4, 11-1 in race 6 at Churchill Downs, and bring you prices and more after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Acacia Kamal, Maggie Wolfendale, Paul LaDuca with you on this lovely Wednesday afternoon. It was Protege, the first-time starter for Ron Moquette, winning on debut at Churchill Downs under Julian Leparoux.
Yeah, Julian Leparoux aboard for Ron and Harry T. Rosenblum. This one, very professional. Throughout the preliminaries, we saw many horses, including the one that I like, the 12-year Street Swag, showing a little bit too much swag on the racetrack, did not keep his manners, but a good effort from Lugan Knight, who pressed the pace and faded to second late here, and Protege just waiting in the wings, able to pounce. They were well clear of third, so a good effort, it felt like, from this Ron Moquette firster.
Nice effort there. Always fun to follow these two-year-old races. And one thing about it, too, Maggie, is obviously you cover a lot of two-year-old races in New York and elsewhere, too. Oftentimes we'll see these young horses set the pace, be impressive that way. But the ones that overcome a little adversity, come from off of it, those are the ones that you like moving forward, too.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Damon's Mound when he broke his maiden and Gabe Sayas just sitting, and then just unleashed him. And it just shows that they can face a little adversity, take a little bit of kickback, because sometimes when, you have these two-year-olds, you're dealing with horses that they have to go into stakes races next time out, and they're just not going to have a walk in the park in their subsequent start. So yes, you'd like to see a horse have that kind of experience in their debut to show that they can go on from that.
And as always, professionalism, such a big commodity with these young horses as well. We'll see what the future has in store for Protege. That was the 6th race at Churchill Downs. We are still waiting on the prices. We'll get them in just a moment. And you ask and you shall receive. Wow, big price on that one, $23.10. Your favorite out of the top 4, pretty much a no-show, really, from the Todd Pletcher firster in King Doro.
Yeah, I wish I could do a stat on Todd Pletcher, two-year-old first-time starters with blinkers on. It would not be good.
We'll see how that pans out as we turn over back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, a 5-furlong turf sprint. This is actually a fun race coming up for fillies and mares, and just some tough, hard-knocking, consistent gals sprinting on the turf, including your current favorite down to the inside, Juju Special Girl.
Yeah, she broke well. She settled off the pace last time out, and she went and got the favorite, who is Senora Roma, who we'll see in here. Now, Senora Roma, we saw break a bit slow in that last start on September 8th. That usually doesn't happen to her, so she had to be used a little bit early, and it was a course that had some give in it, and I'm wondering if Senora Roma is a filly that is better when it's a truly firm course.
Firm turf course we're dealing with today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 2-1 favorite down on the inside, Juju Special Girl, as we'll meet her shortly in the post parade. Of course, she's been impressive. She's won 4 in a row. It's a tall order for any horse to continue on that win streak.
It really is. I mean, we'll see a horse a little bit later who at Churchill. Anyway, we'll get to him in a second. But Juju Special Girl, yes, she'll continue that win streak, but I do think Senora Roma could be turning the tables this time.
We saw Pipeline Girl go by, getting back on the grass. Here's Music City Star.
She's a generous price, but she's not a turf sprinter from what I can work out.
First time on the turf for Unbridled Victory.
Unbridled Express stands in Indiana, actually very good with his turf sprinters, and the dam went 1 for 6 on the turf.
And here is Senora Roma. She is one that usually shows that early speed.
Yeah, just broke a bit flat-footed last time. Look for her to hopefully be running and gunning.
Lyra Ravelli has 2 in here. Here's Richie's Great Girl. Has she tailed off a little bit?
She's been running against better horses, though, I think, at Colonial. I think she ran fine in her last start, to be honest. We saw the second-place finisher in that last one come back, ran an 84, Ready to Venture, had run credible races up at Belmont earlier this summer. Richie's Great Girl will be ridden by Rodney Prescott.
You could bet with Naira Bets and get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today gets 10 times reward points on all wagers on Horseshoe Indy. Everyone gets a bonus points. No opt-in required. Earn more today with your Naira Bets account. Start betting now at nairabets.com. Always all kinds of great promotions going on over at Naira Bets, so make sure to check that out. Meanwhile, we talked a little bit about the Pennsylvania Derby coming up this weekend. That's not the only graded stakes that we have to look forward to at Parks. As we take a look at the field for the Cotillion, also a grade 1. It will go as the race prior to the Pennsylvania Derby. And taking a look at the field here, Maggie, it will be fun to see, can Secret Oath get back to the winner's circle?
Can she?
She doesn't have to face Nest.
She doesn't have to face Nest. You're right. Yeah, I mean, I guess she's the only horse that's beaten her. She's finished second to her twice. And Nest, many would argue that she is the best of this division, and rightfully so. She's well beaten, though. And are there horses, Acacia, in here that could be on the up and up? I know Gerrymander's last race was not good. I really liked her too, kind of going into that Alabama, but maybe she is a horse that really doesn't want a 1.25 miles, turning back to a 1.16 miles, where she has won before. Then you have a horse like Shahama as well for Todd Pletcher. Could she be turning the corner and heading in the right direction? We'll see. Secret Oath, she was so brilliant earlier this year. Sometimes the rest of the competition catches up, but I think she is a deserving favorite.
Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher sends out 3 in this race. You mentioned Shahama. She's intriguing with that Monmouth Oaks win last time out, second behind Gerrymander in the Mother Goose, a horse that could be taking a step forward in the right direction. Goddess of Fire, Green Up does seem to be perhaps not quite as good, but she's one that's won her last 4 races.
Yeah, I mean, how can you knock her? And also has a win, and a fast win, too, in the local prep in the Catherine Sophia at Parks the last time out. So rightfully so. I mean, we do see these horses, though, when the waters get deeper, they don't quite show up as much. And Goddess of Fire, she was third, not too far off of Secret Oath last time. Yeah, I mean, Todd's coming with a battalion to test Secret Oath in the Cotillion.
Strength in numbers for Todd Pletcher. That'll be a fun one. Of course, grade 1 Cotillion, which goes off right before the Pennsylvania Derby. We'll have some of the action from Parks live for you on America's Day at the Races this weekend, too. Back at Horseshoe Indy, horses moving towards the starting gate. Favoritism has shifted over to Senora Roma. And you mentioned, Maggie, last time, a couple things that could have gone wrong. Perhaps the turf condition, and you could even see it in the running lines, that she didn't break as fast. She looked to me, too, watching that replay, like she'd gotten pretty hot as well, and having to be hard ass. She was dueling. She took over and was running well, but just run down by the horse that sat the right trip.
Yeah, and that was Juju's Special Girl. Now, Senora Roma, have you seen her on track? She looks fine out there, as we just saw her briefly go by. But could she get pace pressure? Now, like I often say, you don't see dirt speed translate to turf sprint speed. But Unbridled Victory isn't slow. Could she be a thorn in the side to Senora Roma, as we saw last time? If she gets softened up a little bit up front, then it does set things up for a closer. And could that closer be the one stalking to the outside in Richie's Great Girl, who, hasn't run quite as well, but she's been facing just better horses down at Colonial.
Richie's Great Girl, 5-year-old mare, Rodney Prescott going to be in the saddle on that one. The quote-unquote other Larry Ravelli runner, as she's an 8-time winner from 22 starts. Very consistent as well, and she does have that closing kick. And Larry Ravelli, it's nice when you have two runners, as we get a great shot of the starting gate from up above, one with speed and one with a closing kick. So he's kind of got them covered from all angles in this race.
Yeah, he does. Now, Richie's Great Girl, the last time that we saw her in the Midwest at Hawthorne, Senora Roma did beat her by a head, but she was having to play Senora Roma's game and kind of run and chase her down. So, yeah, look, Larry Ravelli does have a great 1-2 punch here. I prefer the higher priced of the two. They're not too far away in price, but we just saw Juju's Special Girl, 9-5.
We'll see if she can make it 5 wins in a row. Sprinting on the turf in this third at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here's John Dooley with the call.
Richie's Great Girl, like Senora Roma, both for Larry Ravelli. Exmark Mowers turf course rated good. All in line. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. There goes Senora Roma, who rockets out for E.T. Baird. Orlando Mexica, Juju's Special Girl, holds the rail position, with Pipeline Girl just edging into third from Unbridled Victory, who's fourth between horses. Richie's Great Girl is posted wide as they make this run past the half-mile pole. And while saving ground, Music City Star trails the Fillies Mares Sextet, just being led by Senora Roma. So E.T. Baird and Senora Roma has the point and leads. Juju's Special Girl tightly at the rail, with Unbridled Victory looking to draw in now for Deshaun Parker. Rodney Prescott and Richie's Great Girl a wide fourth. Senora Roma leads them at the turn-in. We trail back to Pipeline Girl along with Music City Star. Senora Roma leads coming down toward the final furlong as Juju's Special Girl has now been switched out. Richie's Great Girl is up in a third. From between horses, Unbridled Victory, Pipeline Girl with the rail. Then Music City Star. They're close to home. Senora Roma with E.T. Senora Roma repelled Juju's Special Girl. Richie's Great Girl was third, then Pipeline Girl. Next across was Music City Star as Unbridled Victory tailed off.
Senora Roma able to hold on. John Dooley rolling his R's there as well and breaking the streak of Juju's Special Girl, who just could not reach that pace setter.
She did it today. She broke. Yeah. She was comfortable on the front end. We saw Juju's Special Girl kind of think about going up the inside and challenging her. And then we saw Orlando Mojica say, no, I'll take back and I'll try to swing out. Well, that just didn't work because Senora Roma was going so easily up front.
She got comfortable and she picks up the 5th win of her career. When we come back, we'll talk about a filly looking for back-to-back graded stakes wins. That's Kamari, who pulled the upset in the honorable miss last time out. We'll talk about the upcoming stakes this weekend in New York after this on America's Day at the Races.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Coming up this weekend, Belmont at the Big A. Let's hope the weather is as nice as it is today. We've got a jam-packed weekend of stakes, kicking things off with the New York bred 2-year-old fillies with the Joseph A. Jimma on Friday, the Athenia and Ashley T. Cole on Saturday, Maggie, and Sunday, Bertram F. Baumgard for the New York bred, as well as the Gallant Bloom, which should be a really exciting race as we take a look at the probables for Sunday's dirt sprint race. Can Kamari make it 2 in a row? She'll rematch with Lady Rocket.
Yeah. Why am I blanking here? Oh, yes, Kamari. You mean Frank's Rocket?
Frank's Rocket.
Yeah.
I'm the one blanking, clearly.
So, yes, this is her running down Frank's Rocket. We saw Bella Sophia as the favorite this day. She lost her race before she ever went in the gate for this honorable miss, and Kamari just felt as though she got the right kind of setup. And Kamari, he's capable of these big performances. They're just sometimes few and far between. She does lack a bit of consistency.
Able to run down Frank's Rocket, excuse me, who has been consistent. No, it's my fault completely. Frank's Rocket has been consistent. That's been a little bit of a bridesmaid this year, though, too. But as you mentioned, Kamari, she's a winner of the Grade 1 Madison. She's a horse that started out so exciting on the turf as a young filly for Wesley Ward, running over, finishing second at Ascot in the Queen Mary, too. This was a big win for her, though, on the dirt, showing that she really is capable on either surface.
Oh, yeah, and we've seen her as an older horse just be a bit more of a proficient dirt horse, but she needs the right kind of setup. She needs things to kind of go in her favor, I think, and she is a horse that, well, she was pretty fast as a young horse. She likes to have a bit of a target, I think, these days.
Well, that'll be fun as Lady Rocket will go into the starting gate for Brad Cox as another probable, but that Gallant Bloom will be one of the highlights on Sunday's card, Belmont at the Big A. Back here today, Horseshoe Indy, Senora Roma took them gate to a wire as this mare by Verrazano for Larry Ravelli got so comfortable in the front end.
She did, and this is what they were looking for last time out when she was the beaten favorite to Juju's Special Girl. She got back on her firmer turquoise, though it doesn't look truly like summer firm out there, to be fair, as the track is listed as good, main track that is. But she broke alertly. She was settled on the front end. She was uncontested, and she has proven time and time again throughout her career that if she gets to do this, she generally gets to the wire, picking up her fifth win, in 15 career starts.
$5.20 for the win as she was able to hold off Juju's Special Girl, who had won 4 in a row. Her stablemate Richie's Great Girl checking in third. That's the third at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race number 4 at that track will be a maiden claiming race for the Indiana breds. Turning the page and going back over to Churchill Downs. Our next order of business will be race number 7. Taking a look at this field, sprinting on the main track, 6.5 furlongs for 3-year-olds and up. Just saw Flamingo Hawk walk by. Currently even money on that one right now as he was stuck in the unenviable position of chasing Mexican Wonder Boy around the track last time out.
And it was funny is because both of those horses were going first off of claims from Safi Joseph, and they ran 1-2 where you kind of had to be a little bit skeptical about the chances, but Mexican Wonder Boy, he was impressive. This is Flamingo Hawk's win for Safi, and I actually picked him over Mexican Wonder Boy. He looked sensational in the paddock both times he ran up at Saratoga, so he comes in with the fastest races to date in his last 2 starts, and I can't really argue with him being the favorite here, Acacia.
He makes a lot of sense, currently 6-5. The number 9, Wild Behavior, taking a little bit of attention for Joe Sharp, as we do see this one coming out of a 4th place finish in Stakes Company at Mountaineer. Had run some good races and finishing second at Churchill prior to that. Not exactly the winningest type of horse, though.
He is a horse that benefits when he gets an aggressive ride. And 2 and 3 back, when we saw Tyler Gaffalione aboard, he gave him those aggressive rides, which albeit did lead to 2 second-place efforts. But you go back and you look at his best efforts to date, they were when he was on the front end. And going 4.5 on the sloppy racetrack against the likes of Hollis, he wasn't able to get to the lead. Understandably so. So he could very well control here. Can we give a little love to the 6 right there?
Yeah.
Beverly Park. 20 for 39, and I think we'll be able to watch his last race, which
at the Big T.
Yeah. I mean,
Anthony Stabile was really surprised when I said the Big T, by the way. Timonium's the Big T, right?
Yes. Why did he?
That's
he
what I said.
questioned you,
He
or that
questioned
you
me
knew
on
it?
the Big T. I knew it.
It is the Big T. Stabile. The other places, you know, this isn't just the Big A around here. The Big T. I just have so many wonderful memories of this place because it's always my birthday. This is my birthday. I used to go there every year. But Beverly Park, what a horse that wants to win. Almost winning better than 50% for his life, banking $428,000, as we like to say, the hard way in these starter allowance races. He loves that starter 5 condition. This is a little bit of a step up, to be fair, but you can never count out a horse who loves to win.
He is so consistent. Also a 2-time winner at Churchill Downs, as well as he'll look to pick up another one. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting with the number 1, Medicine Tail, back on the main track.
Yeah, and turning back in distance. He seems like he likes to control, and he's not doing it here.
Here is Flamingo Hawk, still your favorite at 6-5.
And a horse that is going to be able to sit is coming in here in excellent form for Rob Falcone.
Faced a very impressive horse last time out. Here's the Queen's Jewels, also back to dirt.
Back to dirt, turning back as well. Another one that I think, you know, needs to be a little bit aggressively handled and just feels as though some of his better races are behind him.
Here's that consistent son of Munnings, Beverly Park.
Beverly Park going out here for Norm Cash, Rafael Bejarano in the irons. And this is just my kind of horse, Acacia. I love the 5-year-old by Munnings.
Here's Alexandros, first start since January.
He did get a perfect trip last time when we saw him at Oaklawn back in January. And Trish, formerly Vance, now Duncan, taking over for her dad.
Wild Behavior is next for Joe Sharp.
A lot of people finding this horse interesting. I think he is interesting for the fact that he could control it with Tyler if he's aggressive.
And here's the 10, Don't Forget, to the outside.
And we see Brian Hernandez taking over here, beaten last time out by Hear My Song, who would come back to win with a 93 buyer. So coming out of a decent race.
Finished in a nice allowance in his subsequent start. That's the field for the 7th at Churchill Downs. 3-2 favorite right now on Flamingo Hawk. Let's check in with Polly.
Yeah, and I would think the favoritism on the 3 is warranted. I mean, after the last 2 starts, let's just be honest, the last 2 races just basically lay over this field. You know, this gelding ran a dynamite race, beating Alcools, and then coming back in the next race. And I thought, you know, like you guys said, Chasing Mexican Wonder Boy was clear of Alcools of 3rd. Those 2 races win this race. The worry that you have is the race 3 down on the program. He got beat by 2 horses in here, and that gets you to the 9 in here. And Maggie sort of hit the nail on the head. You know, sometimes people think, okay, Wild Behavior, the 9, is probably going to have an easy lead in here. And I kind of look at her, you know, his past performances. You're like, God, there's got to be a lot of second-place finishes. Well, there really isn't. He does have 7 wins. He's just been second best. And I think he can clear. He will clear this field. And I wonder if Tyler's going to maybe try to slow it down or just flaunt his speed, sometimes going 6.5 furlongs. It might be a little bit better. I kind of, just because he's been run down the last couple starts, I think the 3 is kind of a play against coming back to Churchill. I like the 8 a little bit in here, guys. Alexandros. If Trisha Duncan, like Maggie was saying, obviously David Vance's daughter, you know, David Vance has had this horse for a while. They claimed this horse back from Jeff Mullins in California. This horse has some races to go back to. They employed Johnny Court, which was the last win. And I just think the 8 has a good chance here at 5-1. I just think the 3 might bounce here, guys, and could be vulnerable at a short price.
He's 3-2 now, Polly. Certainly worth taking a shot against if you have an an opinion with anybody else. Taking a look at the horse that Paul had some interest in, Maggie, Alexandros, is the first start since January, but as he had mentioned, the family's had this horse in the barn for a while, actually reclaimed twice, which I always find interesting. Maybe he's a barn pet, but it has been very, very good to them too.
He has been. I mean, the last time before this recent claim, you know, he won for the 25 and the starter 12-5. So he has the numbers that fit here. The problem is everybody else is coming off of recent efforts where he has this layoff to contend with, but he's shown, you know, the July to October layoff, he was able to come back and win. And I think the family kind of knows this horse inside and out, and probably has figured things out and probably knows how to get him to possibly fire fresh here. He is interesting if things heat up and come back for him. But like I said, that last effort, I mean, that was about the most ideal trip and a brilliant ride from John Court, who just stuck to the rail, let the pace play out in front of him. The rail opened like the Red Sea when they turned for home, and he scooted up to win by a length over Cave Run. So yes, he's interesting. Number 6 in here, Beverly Park. Like I said, he might be a little bit outclassed here. I think, you know, the starter 5 is his jam. Starter 20, he might get a little bit out of his range, but he's just a horse that I just love. He's going to show up. And then going back to Flamingo Hawk, this was a horse that prior to going to Saratoga, he didn't have that kind of tracking speed that he showed up there. Now, they are typically going to go faster in Kentucky or at Florida. So we'll see. Do they go faster again? He's better when he can lay close. Big blinkers on again today.
Race number 7 at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by with the call.
Beverly Park with a good beginning at mid-pack. Looking for the lead as they cross over. Joined from the outside by Wild Behavior. And Alexandros is smack dab between them. 3-ply battle down the backstretch run. Beverly Park short lead. Alexandros keeping pace. Wild Behavior right up and on the pace outside third. The Queen's Jewels angles over toward the rail to track the pace from fourth. 2.5 back. Flamingo Hawk is racing fifth and is already nudged along from there. Don't forget his wide to the far turn, moving up second to last. Medicine Tail, the trailer. The opening quarter in 22 and 3. 3 furlongs to go. Beverly Park fending off Alexandros so far. They take their battle toward the quarter pole. Wild Behavior couldn't keep up. The Queen's Jewels has worked out a good trip right in behind. Medicine Tail comes up the rail. Don't forget goes wide, and Flamingo Hawk is last off the turn. First off the turn is Beverly Park. 2-length lead, 1 furlong to go. The Queen's Jewels is mustering up a rally. Now second, 16th out. Medicine Tail down toward the rail. Beverly Park still there. The Queen's Jewels trying to get by. Beverly Park wins again. Win number 11 on the year. The Queen's Jewels finishing second. Medicine Tail was third, along with Don't Forget and Alexandros.
You heard Travis Stone, win number 11 on the year from 23 starts. That brings him to 21 from 40, Maggie. What an amazing, just cool horse.
Why I love the game, Acacia. I grew up with horses, well, tried to have horses like this with my dad, that they might not be the stakes winners, but boy, do they show up. Look at him, he switched leads late just to muster up one last push down to his inside lead to fend off number 5 in here, the Queen's Jewels. And he didn't gate to wire today. I wasn't necessarily expecting that he'd be on the front end, but we saw the 9 in here, Wild Behavior. Tyler conceded the lead. That didn't work out well for him, and it was all about Beverly Park. I freaking love horses like this.
It makes it so fun to follow too. As our colleague Richie Migliori always says, these are the lunch pail horses. They get their lunch pail, they go to work, they do their job, and they show up every time. Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. Beverly Park, win number 11 in 2022. 651 and a photo for fourth. Bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Connect, a grade 1 winning millionaire and the best son of Curlin at stud to date. Physically impressive and dominant on the track. Winner of the grade 1 Cigar Mile and the grade 2 Pennsylvania Derby, where he defeated Gunrunner, Nyquist, and Exaggerator. With grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with grade 3 winner Hidden Connection. Connect, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, be sure to visit americasbestracing.net today. Churchill Downs saw Beverly Park, the old Timonium to Churchill angle, getting another win number 11 on the year for this 5-year-old son of Munnings.
Well, first, I loved him because we got to watch a Timonium replay. I then loved him because his record, and I loved him even more watching him here. He has run 22 times this year. That's unheard of in this day and age when we see horses at 5-year-olds often only have 5 starts to their name. He has now run 40 times in his career, winning more than half of them. 21 wins here. He has had a tour up and down the East Coast, Midwest, Timonium, Colonial, Delaware, Belterra, Thistledown, Churchill, Belterra, Monmouth, Churchill, Laurel, Keeneland, Charlestown. Wow. I mean, he's logged more miles on the road than you, Acacia.
Truly, I think so. I think only Joel Rosario rivals him. Beverly Park with another win. Such a cool horse. That was so fun to watch and just so fun to see him digging in there with that big effort. Makes you remember too, and we often talk about this. Yes, there's some great horses that capture your imagination or are enchanting on the racetrack, but oftentimes it's kind of those hard-knocking horses that you see time and time again that really makes you fall in love with it.
Well, one of our editors, Ernie Munich, and we have a common affection, as do a lot of people, for Frazzle, who ran around here for many years, kind of in a similar type of condition, and won so many times. I mean, he was up in the 20s. I can't remember the exact number, but now retired in upstate New York. Got to see him this summer. He was at the Racing Museum and Hall of Fame for an appearance later on in the meet. So these are the horses that are our bread and butter in this industry, and we have to support them. We have to get behind them. We have to create fans by using their tenacity and their competitiveness, because there's nothing like the heart of a racehorse.
The heart and soul of this game. Beverly Park made a fan out of me for sure, as it was 6-5, 1, and a dead heat for 4th between the 8 and the 10 in the 7th at Churchill Downs. Just went official there, as it was very, very tight coming up. This 8th race at Churchill is the feature of the day, sprinting on the main track, going 6 furlongs. That'll be a fun one, as we do have the prices for the 7th for you now. Beverly Park, $9.10 winner. Again, that dead heat for 4th, so do check your tickets and some big prices for that superfecta as a result.
And the 2 horses that were turning back and getting on the dirt from the turf ran 2nd and 3rd, so that tells you right there that Beverly Park ran the best race because he was doing all the dirty work on the front end and nobody else could keep pace with him.
Big effort from a very, very cool horse. Back at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we have race 4 up next, all about the Indiana breds in this 4th race, going 5.5 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares. There's a look at the field. This is a maiden claiming race. Everyone looking for the first win of their career. A very big drop in class down on the inside from the 1 Golden Heist. It seems like they've been searching for the right spot for this filly.
Yeah, not only the drop down, but the turn back and the surface change. Last year, as a 2-year-old, she ran 4th twice in the similar type of scenario. So honestly, in that race, she just has to run 10 points higher and she could win here on those dirt races, dirt sprint races. There really is no form to go on whatsoever here.
This is a tricky race, that's for sure. Thus, Golden Heist is even money with Deshaun Parker. You could join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Horses stepping on the track for the 4th. You heard that call to post. Kind of that's the sound. It just makes you say, okay, where am I supposed to be right now?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be looking at the post parade. Golden Heist to kick things off.
A deserving favorite here. Just, I mean, just has to be able to sprint again, and I think she's proven she can.
There's Annie's Legacy, a 2nd-time starter.
A good-looking sort. You know, she broke fine. She just didn't have any early speed. Hopefully, she's gained some fitness and experience.
Woo Woo Girl takes a big drop.
Speaking of Ernie Munich, I mean, this is a hunch play for him.
Yeah. We'll see if Ernie's on Naira Bets right now. Here's Ginga, don't you know? I knew I was going to mess that up.
Ginga, don't you know? She's a redhead.
Liz said no.
You didn't. I would have gotten that one wrong. Liz Asada? No. She's had her chances.
First-time starter, Ruby Sky.
Looks a bit sway-backed, but acting professional, looks fairly fit.
She does debut for $12,500. Here's Chocolate Truth dropping class.
I don't even know. I don't do this often enough to come up with something clever to say here. And then you see Ama Lucy, who is another turn back, but coming off of a nearly to the day year layoff.
Yeah, there's a little bit tough to make those outside runners in that 4th race at Horseshoe Indy. We'll get back to it in a moment. But again, coming up this weekend at Churchill Downs, the Grade 3 Dogwood. Taking a look at the field, we talked about a couple of the big contenders. I think one of the main contenders that we need to discuss is drawn towards the outside. Wicked Halo Maggie, who we saw, she's won her last 3 races, including that Grade 2 Prioress at Saratoga for Steve Asmussen. Picking up a nice effort there. She turned back to the 6 furlongs.
And I actually asked Steve, why did you skip the test? Because it really wasn't. The 3-year-old sprinting filly division really isn't that deep this year. And he said she just wasn't doing that well coming out of the Churchill Downs race and up to Saratoga. And I kind of saw that, whereas now I'm wondering if she's kind of rounding back into that good form. And I love the fact that she is a filly that has diversified herself. Last year it was all about speed, go, go, go. And earlier this year we saw her not adjust accordingly, not being quite as fast as her competition. And now it seems as though she's learned to be like, okay, I can sit off the pace. I can run by horses. And she's adapted quite nicely. And I love to see horses like this with beautiful pedigrees kind of come up and prove that they can go on from year to year.
Stretching out a little bit now, back to the 7 furlongs, a distance at which she has been proficient at, winning the Leslie's Lady at the 7/8 at Churchill back in June over Pretty Birdie that day. And that was really kind of the day that we saw her take that big step forward. She went on to win the Tepin, then that Prioress, and she's drawn to the outside. Tyler Gaffleon certainly has enough options with his main contenders inside of him.
Yeah, he really does. So I think it's a really deep field, and it's really going to be intriguing to see if Echo Zulu can get back to her brilliant form that she had as a 2-year-old. A lot of times we see these horses don't go on. But I mean, to be fair to her, she won the Fairground Oaks. So, and hopefully she comes back healthy and ready to kick on. As we mentioned, Tarabi, she is one that feels as though maybe she's on the upswing. She doesn't run that often though, which kind of concerns me a bit. It's a really great rendition of that Grade 3 Dogwood.
Tarabi won the Wilton. That was opening week of Saratoga, going a mile the first race, actually out of the Wilson chute up at the spa.
That was brutal, by the way. I kept calling the race the Wilton or the Wilson. It was,
Well, we kept saying we needed to put the soccer ball from Castaway up like on top of the gate so we'd remember Wilson. But yes, that was very tough. The Wilton out of the Wilson chute, Tarabi. Now, she's one also, she'll turn back a little bit to the 7 furlongs. Yes, she's only had 5 starts in her career. She hasn't run that frequently. She's obviously got a lot of talent, and Cherie DeVaux's done well with her. It's not such a big layoff as we saw when she came back after trying the Breeders' Cup.
No, right. And she has proven that she can run fresh, run well fresh, as she won her debut. And like you said, second in that race, though. She was 4 to 5 that day, and she was beaten by the ones on the 1s and 2s. But, excuse me, I think she is a filly that actually will appreciate the turn back to the 7 furlongs. And she's run fast to be a legitimate contender in here. And maybe she ends up being the value of this race.
She very well could be. Echo Zulu and Wicked Halo, Steve Asmussen has them surrounded inside and outside. I wonder if there'll be a little bit of trepidation with Echo Zulu as well. Obviously, she was a 2-year-old champion. She's coming back. But I think that there are still, she has some questions to answer, which is what makes the race so fascinating. Of course, scratch at the gate prior to the Acorn Belmont Stakes weekend. She was sent to Dr. Larry Bramlage. Steve Asmussen saying nothing was really found serious with her. And it is great to see her back, but she's got some questions to answer.
Honestly, and I don't know what it was, but with the apparent off display that she was, displaying on the racetrack, a lot of times when they're that off, it often could be a foot. And if you can nurse a foot back to health, then you're A-okay, but you have to have a foot to have a racehorse. So they're not the most serious of injuries or complications, but you have to have, a horse that is sound and not feeling anything too precarious with their feet.
As anybody that's been around thoroughbreds knows, if there's a way for them to make your life difficult, they will find it.
Absolutely true.
As we go into the gate for race 4 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, maiden claiming for these Indiana breds, your favorite Golden Heist down to the inside. John Dooley standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Now Jose Riquelme with Chocolate Truth. Just a couple of fillies back. Rodney Prescott with Ginger Don't You Know. Like Liz said, no, both from Mike Nance. Golden Heist, even money favorite over the 5.5 furlongs. Stand by. One more. Brian Rivera with 9 times started. Emma Lucy. Good luck if you pick 5 bet on. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Danny's Legacy was slow to go. Golden Heist broke sharp, quickly tackled by Woo Woo Girl, and the 4-year-old newcomer. Ruby Sky is also quick to join in. It's Woo Woo Girl, who battles to a short lead from Golden Heist the rail, and right there is Ruby Sky, who attends the pace in 3rd. Ginger Don't You Know through into 4th. Chocolate Truth is 5th. After breaking a beat slow, Annie's Legacy looks to make progress the rail at the 3.5, with in between horses Liz Said No, and posted wide Emma Lucy trails the maiden filly sprint. The opening quarter 22.93 seconds. The battle ensues. Golden Heist and Woo Woo Girl. They take this past the quarter pole. Right there, Ginger Don't You Know. And Ruby Sky looking to sustain a 4-wide bid. Emma Lucy is 5 deep. Then Liz Said No from Annie's Legacy. And Chocolate Truth is the trailer. They're homeward bound. Ginger Don't You Know takes a run at Golden Heist. Past the 8th pole. It's Ginger Don't You Know narrowly from Golden Heist toward the inside. Then Liz Said No, and on the outside, Ruby Sky. They're close to home with Rodney Prescott. Ginger Don't You Know. Ginger Don't You Know, 3/4 length from Golden Heist. A gap away, Liz Said No ran 3rd. Ginger Don't You Know won. Then Ruby Sky and Woo Woo Girl.
The redhead, Ginger, don't you know, gets the win. I said it slowly that time, so I wouldn't mess it up. But she gets the win nicely over your favorite Golden Heist.
Yeah, Golden Heist taking all the pressure. Ginger, don't you know, I thought she could project to be the speed here, but she was comfortable just kind of sitting off of it from that advantageous outside post, and she was ready to rock and roll here in her 4th career start, pulling off the mild upset for Rodney Prescott and Michael Nance.
5-1 pulling away from the rest of the field. It looks like it was the number 6 in 3rd for the 4th race at Horseshoe Indy. We have the feature coming up at Churchill Downs. After this, there's Hoisted Gold. He's run behind some very talented horses. Can he get back to the winner's circle for Dallas Stewart today? We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
So we started tours here about 30 plus years ago, and we really saw a need as more people started to come to visit to have a place for them to check in, restrooms, and a lot of people were also trying to buy merchandise. And so we decided to take this building that we had here on the farm and turn it into the visitor center. We have a lot of Secretariat stuff. We started with just a few items, but I mean, one of the main reasons people come here is to see his grave, and so that's what people want to buy and want to take home with them, because that's what they remember a lot about the tour. I really love the Secretariat stuffed animal. I think it just captures him well. It's great for Secretariat fans, but it also has our logo on it. We also added a shuttle tour a couple years ago. We were getting a lot of requests for people to see the rest of the farm. People always thought, what's over that mysterious hill? And so we bought an electric shuttle. We take them through the mares and foals division. The visitor center is open every day that we have tours from 9:30 to 12:30. I feel like we have a lot of families in the summer because they're doing their summer vacation and traveling, and then race fans April, October, November.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always proudly presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Claiborne Stallion Lee represented in this 8th race feature at Churchill Downs Kavod, a son of Lee, as We get a look down the shed row of beautiful Claiborne Farm, and there is Kavod getting saddled up, blinkers going back on. This horse, who we saw for a time here in New York, Maggie.
We did. He began his career here for former trainer Jimmy Chapman. He ran into Sanford and with anticipation, and then rightfully so, he was offered for 50, and Chris Hartman scooped him up, kind of briefly put him on the Arkansas Kentucky Derby trail, and he really didn't disgrace himself. And we saw him have a little break from Derby weekend in the Pat Day Mile to this Ellis effort. And again, we see Hear My Song, and he ran well. He, like we like to say, he won the battle but lost the war here.
He was up close. He ended up dueling. The winner just kind of sat the trip and pulled away. But again, as you mentioned, flattered by the fact that Hear My Song came back with a 93 Beyer speed figure. So Kavod doing the dirty work. He was off of a bit of a layoff. The blinkers go back on today too. A piece of equipment that he used to wear both with Jimmy Chapman and throughout the start of his time with Chris Hartman. Do you think that that could speak to the fact that they want him to be aggressive today?
But he is aggressive. That's what I don't necessarily get. I thought that if they wanted blinkers on, they would do it, for his first start back as he turned back to the 6 furlongs. But maybe they feel, and I don't get that because he put away the horse he was dueling with. Look, they know more than I do, but he put away the horse he was dueling with and, kind of re-engaged himself and just didn't necessarily see the horse who was a rightful winner and the favored winner go by him in the middle of the stretch. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll see what kind of blinkers they choose to put back on him today, because he used to run in a very full cut.
4 to 5, Unhoist the Gold to the outside. Back at Horseshoe Indy, it was a little bit of an upset. Jinja Don't You Know getting the win over your favorite Golden Heist, this filly by race day. Content to come from a little bit off of it too, and she was able to run down your favorite.
You see the horse on the far outside getting out there, and she was able to split horses. The second place finisher, who was your favorite, took all the pace pressure, and she just sat the beautiful trip here. And Rodney Prescott delivering a great ride for her 4th career start. We saw her show a little bit of promise and speed first time out. She hadn't gotten back to that, but she didn't need to today, as she pulled off that mild upset for trainer Mike Nance.
Rodney Prescott in the saddle, $13.20 winner over your even money favorite at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Will be back on the turf for the 5th race, this time going a mile for the Indiana breds. We'll talk more about that 5th race allowance in a little bit. Back at Churchill Downs, our feature race of the day, this dirt sprint. Hoist the Gold is currently your favorite, Maggie, and this is a horse who wasn't too far behind Gunite and My Prankster in the Maxfield. He disappointed in the Amsterdam and then came back behind Elite Power, who looks to be a really talented one for Bill Mott.
Right, and against older horses. He was 15 to 1 that day, as you were saying, in that allowance race. He was chasing wide, and then it was funny because Elite Power was further back in the field and commenced to rally around the turn and ran down the outside in the middle of the racetrack. And it was funny, once that Elite Power went by, it was like Hoist the Gold got reinvigorated and kind of ran on again. So I thought ran really, really well in his best effort to date last time out. So could he be a horse that is kind of, turning the corner, and now he's back in with 3-year-olds again?
Beautiful looking son of Mineshaft, as he again goes back with the 3-year-olds. That could really be a key for him, for Dallas Stewart. Meet the rest of the field, though. Ron Moquette sends out 2. Here's Overtaxed.
Thinking that this horse might be better with a target. He set soft fractions going 7/8 in the Maxfield and was no match for Gunite, but maybe he's better when he can run at somebody.
Here's Texas Red Hot, does not have any early speed.
No, he looks slow on paper, but he's making an excellent impression in the flesh.
Looks like the blinker's coming off today. Here is Ruggs.
And Ruggs, I thought, ran a winning race. He was wide throughout last time, and he just got nudged at the line.
Son of Claiborne Stallion Lee, here's Kavod.
Kavod blinkers, as we said, going back on. Looks like the shortcut cheater blinker. Acacia just kind of caught the last bit of that. But a horse that, has maintained some decent form. I like him back to sprinting, too.
Here's Burnin' Hunk of Love.
For Al Stahl. He kind of pressed the pace in that Maxfield and had no answer for Gunite and My Prankster.
Chris Hartman has 2 in the race as well. Here's Tejano Twist.
Tejano Twist possesses the most wins. That's why he's running for the 125,000 back on the dirt.
And there's your favorite 4 to 5 now on Hoist the Gold.
Rightfully so. Excellent impression on the racetrack, staying with the pony there for Dallas Stewart. Tyler Gaffleone aboard, also hurting your price. But just is coming out of the best race. As you mentioned, it felt like Elite Power, a Judd Mott horse for Bill Mott, is a horse that has stakes in his future.
We'll see where he goes next. Meanwhile, Hoist the Gold is even money. We'll check in with Paul LaDuca. Paulie, your favorite to the outside. Are you with him here?
You know, I couldn't argue with the public, and you can say, I mean, he ran the best last race, and he's probably got the best numbers in here, and I think he gets the best draw on the outside. You know, when you look at his last race, you know, in the Amsterdam and in the race before that, Maxville, he's running around chasing Gunite at 30 to 1 and 47 to 1, and then last time out at 15 to 1. He was wide most of the way. It's a kind of a tricky read because Maggie hits the nail on the head. He sort of re-engaged when the other horse came to his outside. I thought it was a good second place finish. So on numbers, yes, I really truly feel he's the horse to beat. When you look at some of the others in here, you know, Kavod, you know, with the blinkers, I'm with Maggie as well because the one overtax just went to the front end. I think Flo got really aggressive. I think that horse wants to be behind horses. Kavod could have an easy lead in here, and just going to see how far he can take him with Chris Hartman. But I like the other Chris Hartman runner, Tejano Twist. And let me take you through this real quick. Tejano Twist last year, as I gather out my stuff here, ran second to Epicenter. Now we go back, wet, fast racetrack. The Pat Day Mile against Jack Christopher was bothered at the start. Now one race claimed under Chris Hartman. The horse actually ran a sneaky good fourth. And who was he just behind? Hoist the Gold. I'm getting 9 to 1 compared to 4 to 5. Just draw a line through those 2 turf races, and you're getting an unbelievable price on Tejano Twist, who last year won on this course and ran an 85 buyer. I think this is the horse to bet by far.
When Paul says, let me talk you through this, you better listen at Churchill Downs. 9 to 1, a nice price on Tejano Twist.
I kind of get where he's coming from with Tejano Twist. This is as Paul was like alluding to, this is a horse that ran some seriously fast numbers as a 2-year-old. And he was running races as a 2-year-old that would win this. And now maybe he's a little bit dirtied up with the fact that he has those 2 turf races staring at you. The problem is, though, it feels as though he's kind of lost a bit of his speed. And that kind of came after that December to March sort of layoff. He ran well with the first race back as a 3-year-old, but I don't know if they could reinvigorate this horse. And sometimes when you come out of a turf sprint, you do have a little bit more speed. But okay, I get where he's coming from. It's just he's going to have to get back to those races, and we'll see if he can here.
He's a nice price, at least 9 to 1. There
really
is your
is
favorite.
A huge price. What?
Yeah.
That's the most
a big
enticing
price.
thing.
Yeah, absolutely. As 4 to 5, it is short on Hoist the Gold. And for what it's worth, I think you brought up a good point. Yes, it was against Older, and it was behind a talented horse in Elite Power. But he did kind of re-rally, which often will happen, too, when a horse that's maybe lagging a little bit sees another one closing. They'll say, the light bulb will kind of click on and say, oh, okay, I'm going to run too. You know, they kind of re-rally with the presence of another horse next to them, and that's what happened last time. Jose Gomez, the apprentice, gave this horse a great ride and finished second at a big price that day.
Right, and it kind of, you wonder if it gives you the optical illusion, whether it was, you know, the pace horses kind of really stopping, or him just kind of tagging along with the winner who was closing as well. So there's kind of, you know, 2 ways to look at it. Yeah, he ran a good race, or was he just kind of there to inherit second honors?
How do you think it's Kavod who's pretty much alone on the front end, especially with what we saw from Overtax last time?
I mean, that's the intention that they're laying out here. And like I said, I hope they saw what I saw with Overtax, and that I think he is better with something to run at, because his races that where he was really forward didn't play out that well. So I think Kavod controls here. We'll see if Burning Hunk of Love shows any intention and pressure, but we could see Kavad running away with this, couldn't we?
The feature at Churchill is Today the Day for Hoist the Gold. Here's Travis Stone.
They're off. And Kavod caught a flyer. Quickly in front, Ruggs is sent on as well, and Burnin' Hunk of Love is prominent early too. Out of the chute down to the main track, and Ruggs comes on through. So Ruggs will be the leader down the back stretch. Kavod is prompting second. Burnin' Hunk of Love not far behind third. Hoist the Gold is on the move, fourth in between. Overtaxed is fifth and toward the rail. 3 back to Texas Red Hot. And Tejano Twist the trailer. The trailer behind an opening quarter in a swift 21 3/5 seconds. Far turn run. Ruggs and Kavod going head to head with 3 furlongs remaining. Burnin' Hunk of Love is just waiting to their outside in third, and Hoist the Gold is set to strike in behind fourth. In some traffic, needs to find a way through. Farther back, Overtax comes wide. Tejano Twist comes up the rail. Top of the stretch, Kavod. Kavod is still in front, opens up by 2. Hoist the Gold with clear sailing now, and here he comes. Kavod short lead, Hoist the Gold. Tejano Twist late on the scene. Ruggs down toward the rail, 16th pole. Kavod is still in front. Hoist the Gold can't get by Kavod. Kavod held on to do it. Hoist the Gold settles for second. Tejano Twist was third, and Ruggs was fourth.
Speed is a dangerous commodity. Kavod, it takes them gate to wire, able to hold off your favorite, Hoist the Gold, who didn't break that well either today, Maggie.
Yeah, he didn't, and we kind of saw him rush up in between behind horses, which he looked to be loaded, and then when he saw open space, he just really didn't engage like he was hinting at while sitting behind horses. He's a horse that it still feels as though he's figuring things out or something, like he's run plenty of times, obviously this being his 13th career start, but still kind of trying to work out some kinks possibly with the braking, as you mentioned, with really wanting to kind of run by horses or just run with them.
Maybe it is kind of that killer instinct, so to speak, as we did see him, as we mentioned, re-rally last time with the presence of another horse alongside him. He's the number 8 here. Keep your eyes to the outside. We'll see what happened at the start. It almost seems like he tried to rush the gate a little bit before it opened and then broke out.
Yeah, and then we see Tyler Gaffalione kind of stick him in behind horses, and he drug him up towards the lead. And honestly, Kavad did this not necessarily the way that I thought he would. I thought he would be clear lead here, but we did see Hunk of Burnin' Love Ruggs press through there with the ever-aggressive Ricardo Santana. But Kavad was content, happy, comfortable, and able to hold off your favorite in Hoist the Gold. And we'll see Chris Hartman and Brian Hernandez get their picture taken.
Certainly some class with Kavod as well. Faced Hear My Song, who's in good form. Jack Christopher and Cyberknife prior to that. Gets away from the likes of those and gets to the winner's circle today with those blinkers back on. 4-8-7-3 prices after this.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
You're watching America's Day at the races. We just saw our feature race in the 8th at Churchill Downs. Kavod able to get back to the winner's circle with those blinkers back on under Brian Hernandez Jr. Had a great trip and a great ride, Maggie.
He did, and just aggressively handled. I don't know if the blinkers necessarily changed anything with him today, but they did result in a win and hoist the gold, showing that maybe he does lack that killer instinct. And Tejano Twist, didn't he take a huge drop from 9-1 when we were talking about him?
Paul LaDuca, he moves the board, and he's standing by with the winning rider, Brian Hernandez.
Yes, I am, Acacia. And Brian, tremendous ride on Kavod. You had told me you'd never ridden this horse before. And, you know, on paper you thought you were going to go gate to wire, but you had a different plan.
Yeah, like I was telling you before, I've watched this horse run quite a few times, and he always looks like the type of horse he's just got a short run. So that was my plan today. I just wanted to leave there quietly on him and kind of stay out of his way and get him in a nice rhythm and just have him running from the 3/16 pull home today. And with him being the best horse in the race like he was, it was kind of easy to get the job done that we kind of planned for.
Talk us through that, because a lot of people look at the paper and they think you need the lead. And you said to me, I was happy that Ruggs got underneath me because now I can relax and just lay off that horse. And sometimes when people go, oh, why didn't he go to the front end?
Yeah, with riding so many races as I do and watching races and knowing horses, especially a horse in like this horse's case where he's running a bunch of big graded races, so you're out there watching these kind of horses and just kind of figuring out, watching a horse enough times, you kind of think you know what the best running style for him, and that was kind of my plan today. I thought that was going to be what worked, and it was a correct move.
You know, Maggie Wolfendale back in our studio thought this horse has got a little bit more to give. You think still a little green?
Not green. He's just got to get the right trip, and I think she's right because he's the type of horse, like I said, if you just make him wait till like the last 3/16 of a mile, you'll see a more explosive run down the lane for him. But for him to go 9 and change today, that was impressive. Yeah. You know, so he's got some improvement in him, and it's good because he's a late developing 3-year-old, and he looks like he's going to get better and better.
I guess Brian Hernandez does his homework, guys. It's probably why he's one of the best riders out here.
That's just what I was going to say, Paul. Some terrific insight from Brian, too. Paul, thank you. And I thought it was really interesting, I mean, him talking about being familiar with horses. And when you ride a horse that you've never been on before, watching and what he said about a short run from this horse, so true.
I really respect Brian.
Yeah.
I think he's a true horseman. I had the pleasure this spring of going down to him and his wife Jamie's farms where my boy 91 Assault was being retrained by Jamie, who did a superb job. And Brian's just out there with the kids, with the horses. And, you know, when you have that, you know, immersed lifestyle, I think you just pick up this kind of sixth sense. And I think we see that with Brian a lot of times. And I love that interview with Paul. It really provided some good insight to Kavod and to how Brian prepares for races.
One of the best jockeys, certainly in Kentucky and in the country as well. Brian Hernandez picking up another win, this time with Kavod, and his homework certainly coming into play. Back at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, we get ready for the 5th race. We will be going a mile on the turf. This is for the Indiana breds, the fillies in this allowance. And I want to remind everybody that you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more. You can earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. 7 to 5 right now on Re-Ante as we meet the rest of the field, starting with Splash-A-Tonic.
Horse name for me. Splash-A-Tonic would Tito's. Not much turf pedigree to report home on, though, Acacia.
That one going to the turf for the first time. Here's your favorite Re-Ante.
Deserving favorite, beaten by the favorite Caribbean Night last time, had a little bit of a wide, rough turn, then got a great trip onwards, just missed second, too.
Here's She's a Clever Justice, back to turf. That one went by. Here's Skippin' Justice.
Skippin' Justice flew home 2 back, only the second time on the turf, kind of relegated back to last. often leaves himself with too much to do. Herself, sorry.
Here's Rev's Run, dirt to turf.
Could be the speed here. Yes, the turf races aren't spectacular, but does possess a win on it and could work out the right trip.
Good name for an Indiana bred. Who's your premium?
Who's your premium? I don't know who my premium is. But yeah, returning to the turf. For the first time in a while, last time we saw third beaten a length and 3/4.
Here's Swift Temple, big price.
Swift Temple's interesting. I'm wondering if that's a burr on that outside part of the bit because he was getting, was getting out pretty badly last time.
She seemed very tough to ride. She goes back to fellow Indiana breds. Here's Kangaroo Talk going by. Sharp Life wraps up the post parade.
Sharp Life was beaten by beat a 41-1 shot in breaking her maiden last time, but it was only her second start on the turf. And I thought she ran really well, made this big wide move around the turn. And at 10-1, she has a little bit of an interesting look. She's going to have to get a little bit faster to beat your favorite, obviously, but she could run well underneath here.
Some nice prices in there maybe to take a look at besides your favorite. Meanwhile, we'll continue on with our stakes preview of what's coming up this weekend. Belmont at the Big A on Saturday. We have the field now for the Athenia. This one will be a 1 1/8 on the inner turf for the fillies and mares. It's a grade 3 and one main track only. Taking a look at the field in this spot. And it could be pretty interesting as to who will take a step forward. I think that that's kind of the theme of this race. A lot of fillies looking for kind of that big win, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there isn't a leader of this race, and you kind of think of Love and Thunder. Has she been a little bit disappointing in some of her races? Yes, but could this be the spot where she steps up and takes advantage? Possibly. A race with a short field, but an evenly matched field.
Meanwhile, In a Hurry won the All Along last time out at Pimlico for Shug McGahee, coming back on a pretty quick turnaround. That was just on September 10th. So she got a stakes win. It was her first win in quite a while. And maybe Shug is saying, let's strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, and usually when Shug does this, he does have success. He's, as I often say, he's not a manipulator. He is a developer. Yeah. And when horses start doing well, they start figuring things out. That's when you see Shug's horses perform their best.
That's a mare by Blame. She'll break from the inside as we'll take a look at the whole weekend stakes schedule. Coming up, Belmont at the Big A, that grade 3 Athenia on Saturday, along with the Ashley T. Cole for the New York breds. We have the 2-year-old New York bred fillies with the Joseph A. Jimma. Sunday will be a good day as well with the Gallant Bloom and the Bertram F. Bongard. We had some exciting races to kick off the first week of Belmont at the Big A, Maggie, too, with the Caesars Jockey Club Derby and Oaks. Some really nice performances there and a great way to kick off the meet.
Well, and those two horses, Nation's Pride and McCulloch, winning 2/3. I mean, it's unfortunate we don't see somebody sweeping them, but both second in their losses. I mean, Nation's Pride, he seemed as though he kind of needed the race in America when he came for the Belmont Derby, and he ran valiantly, and then just we've seen him just dominate, especially last time out with Frankie Dettori aboard, who was at the Big A for the first time in 32 years. And McCulloch, she had that slow pace to deal with in the Saratoga Oaks and obviously did not get that type of unfortunate setup in this Jockey Club Oaks and was able to win the first and third leg.
We saw a flying dismount here at the Big A, which was pretty cool from Frankie Dettori. A really fun weekend, and it was a great way to kick off the Belmont at the Big A meet. We'll kick off week 2 of the meet here in New York tomorrow. Back here today to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Again, the favorite is the number 2, Rianti, and as you mentioned, a deserving favorite. But throughout the post parade, you talked about a couple of horses that could be long shot and intriguing ones. Let's start with Swift Temple, as yes, it's been a long time since she's been close to the winner's circle, but she does go back to straight Indiana breds today too, and she does not look like an easy horse to ride.
No, in that non-2 for 30 last time out, she just looked to be getting out the entire way, Acacia. And yes, she was in that same race with Rianti. Now, going 2 back where she was beaten by Skip and Justice, who finished second that day, she actually ran well, and it didn't look as though she was getting out. She had to be checked slightly going into the second. She had to wait for room on the rail, and then she ran on a bit, where Swift Temple, she was farther back and got more of a clear run down the middle of the racetrack. So wait, I meant Skip and Justice. Sorry. But so, yeah, it looked as though, did you see a burr there?
It looked like it might have been. It did.
Yeah.
And I'm not familiar with the trainers. I don't know what types of bits are typically used, but it looks like it would be. Again, a burr would be basically a piece on the side of the outside cheek, and it can really be helpful for a horse that has the tendency to get out because it applies just a little bit more pressure, kind of right where the nerves are on the mouth where the bit is, and gives the rider a little bit more control.
Right, so when they pull on that inside left rein, that bit and that burr are going to move over to apply that pressure to the right side, so therefore they don't want to lean out into it. So we'll see if that indeed is what she is wearing. It looked like it from our vantage point here. So we would hope that does the trick.
Maybe so. I'm sure her rider would be happy to have a little bit more control as well. Sharp Life was another long shot you mentioned, intriguing. She's only had 2 turf starts. She just broke her maiden last time out, but she does seem to be one that prefers running on the grass.
Oh, yeah. I mean, her race in June, first time on the turf, it was her first start off of layoff. Maybe she needed it, so maybe we can judge her by her last start. What about the one in here, Acacia? Splash of Tonic. As much as I love the name, there's no pedigree to go on here. Botanico, despite being a son of Giants Causeway, has not produced many turf winners at all, and the dam did not run well on the turf. So why is there any reason to believe that this horse is going to run well? Yes, last race fast on the dirt, sprinting, and could be a speed factor in here, but I think she has other speed to deal with too.
We'll see how she handles it. The first foal out of a mare who was 0 for 1 on the grass. This is her second start with this barn. We'll see. She's taking money. Intriguing race in the 5th coming up from Horseshoe Indy. John Dooley standing by.
5th. They're in the gate. And they're off. Skip and Justice, Revs Run, Hoosier Premium is front rank, along with Splash of Tonic, who just leans toward the inside as they head toward the first turn. Splash of Tonic, now Revs Run, has taken the front. Short lead for Revs Run with Deshaun Parker, Splash of Tonic in the red cap. Hoosier Premium is a close third out to the stretch with Skip and Justice running in 4th. She's a Clever Justice is a ground-saving 5th. They have just inside 6 furlongs to run. Rianti between horses. Swift Temple making progress on the outside, while 3 deep as they go to the back of the course. Kangaroo Talk is running second to last, and Sharp Life has drifted back to be 9th. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 23.96 seconds. Revs Run dictates the fillies of Maresfield. Short lead for Revs Run with Splash of Tonic right there keeping pace at the inside. Hoosier Premium is a tracking 3rd. 3 lengths away to Skip and Justice, a ground-saving 4th. Rianti is now gaining ground from 5th. Swift Temple 6th. She's a Clever Justice being asked to gain from 7th as they turn again. Then comes Kangaroo Talk and the trailer remains Sharp Life. Half mile in 48.02 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. And it's a short lead. Revs Run. Splash of Tonic at the inside. Hoosier Premium 3rd has had every chance. Rianti 4 wide and Swift Temple is 5 wide. Leaving the far turn. 3/4 in 1 minute 13.31 seconds. Revs Run in front. 1 furlong to go from Skip and Justice. Rianti is staying on. Splash of Tonic is dropped back, and Kangaroo Talk is also gaining late. They come past the 16th. It's Skip and Justice who's holding on to this lead from Rianti, Skip and Justice, and Andre Zuloa. Skip and Justice scores by just over 2. Kangaroo Talk gained second from Rianti, and Revs Run finished 4th. Then She's a Clever Justice from Swift Temple, Sharp Life, Hoosier Premium, and Splash of Tonic tailed off.
Skip and Justice with the win, safe ground on the inside. We talked about her turf race 2 starts back on August 8th, and she certainly improved off of that to pull away and best this field.
Well, too, she got a better tactical trip. She got to the rail. She was closer to the pace here, Acacia. And this, I mean, she showed that she liked it in that race back on August 8th because she really flicked her toes and came flying home. But it always helps when you get your position going forward. And today she got that. She was an easy winner by nearly 4 lengths in the end.
Nice performance from Skip and Justice. No non-factor was the 1 Splash of Tonic, who was taking money first time on the turf. We'll bring you prices after this on America's Day at the Races.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet over 300 tracks worldwide with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today, and you can play all of the action while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up and use promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Want to get you started and make sure that you are in on all of the action. Horseshoe Indianapolis race 5 is in the books. Skipping Justice, better trip, back on her preferred surface, and back to the winner's circle.
For George Arnold in here, or excuse me, George Leonard, as what was that filly he had in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile?
Oh, California Angel.
Angel.
Yeah.
I knew it was California something. I couldn't think of Angel. But yeah, Skipping Justice.
Winner, I believe, right?
What's
Did
that?
she win the Jessamine?
Yes.
Jessamine?
Yeah.
Yes.
At like a huge prize.
Yeah.
Was she 30 something?
Yeah. Absolutely.
But what a perfect trip here for her to break through here in this Indiana bred allowance condition on the turf, and rightfully proving that she kind of prefers it on the green stuff, I would say, in a generous 7-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Your favorite went off 3-5, and she had to check in third. 17-20 for your winner in the 5th at Horseshoe Indy. We'll get ready for the nightcap at Churchill Downs in just a bit. We'll take a quick timeout on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us. There's Offit Cole taking a drop in class for Jason Barkley. We'll talk more about his chances after this on America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year,
is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Taking a look at the University of Louisville as it's time for the nightcap at Churchill Downs. Going 6 furlongs on the main track, a meeting claiming for 10,000 3-year-olds and upward. There is the field stepping onto the track for the last race of the day. Offit Cole, currently your favorite. We'll get to him in a moment, Maggie. Starting things off with the one, Ike and Jack.
Ike and Jack was beaten by a horse that's going for 2 for 2 in his career, but beaten a long way.
Scratch the 2 into 3. Here's the 4, Genius.
Genius going back to the dirt. We'll see, was 3rd at this level, 2 back.
That was at Colonial. All 3 starts have been on Colonial. In fact, here is the number 5, Mr. Mariah.
Well, definitely didn't like going long on the turf. So back to dirt sprinting. Mr. Mariah is a long shot for a reason.
Next is a 7-2 shot, T-Money for Carlo Vaccarezza.
I thought ran well last time and has the numbers to be a legitimate player in here. He went very wide, turning for home, but ran on well behind A Little Wild, who is at 2 for 2. Or no, A Little Wild went gate to wire as the favorite.
7 is out. Here's the 8, Right of Rush.
Right of Rush takes the blinkers off here, coming off a little bit of a freshening and a bit of a drop in class.
Drop in class as well for the 9, Offit Cole.
Was a late scratch up at Saratoga on the 10th of August at the gate. Just was showing no energy. I don't know.
We'll see what happens on the drop. Here's
Barone. Sorry. Off of a layoff, slammed at the start in that Indiana race. Went up 3 wide. The winner got to save ground. Just not a very advantageous trip. Does not look great, though, in the warm-up.
Let's see if Renee Diaz can get him to perk up a little bit short there. Here is the number 12 coming up next. Riccio dropping in class.
Riccio beaten by the drop-down favorite, Oro de Moro Moro. He was kind of pushed through. He didn't break that sharply, but pushed through to assume the lead by Mitchell Murrow, who's again on him today. We'll have to work out a trip, though, from that far outside post this time around.
And we do have also the 14 coming in off the also eligible. It's Awesome Charge. We'll get to him in a moment. Taking a look, though, at Ellis Park, this is T-Money, who finished 2nd last time out.
T-Money is...
Or
is it? No, this is Riccio.
This is Riccio.
This is Riccio. He's the one horse. As I said, he pushed through to contend the pace. Oro de Moro Moro was that drop-down favorite who kind of had the better run of it, just stalking from the outside. And there was some serious separation from 2nd to 3rd, who the 3rd is also in here. Awesome Charge drawing in, as we see, as he was first off of that long layoff in that Ellis race.
There he is. We can't not give him a little love in the post parade, as it looks like he's feeling pretty fresh today. We'll see what he does on the drop in class. Let's check in one more time today with Paula Duca. Paulie.
Yeah, and the finale on the card, maiden 10,000 here for Colts and Geldings, and a really tough group to navigate through. And, you know, the 6 in here, Team Money, I actually thought was the horse to beat in here, especially on numbers. I know it's Carlo Vaccarezza and Bug Boy Pena coming into town, but this horse, I was in agreement with Maggie. The horse did not have an ideal trip, was 4 to 5 wide most of the way, and was able to at least run on and get a good placing here when he ran second. When you look at the rest of this field, a lot of these horses need the front end and need to get there and keep on going. And that's what happens when you go to these maiden level claimers. Now, the 14 horse that draws in is very, very interesting because that horse's first career race absolutely crushes this field. And I get it was on the mud, but that horse hadn't been seen in almost 2 years and comes back and runs an okay effort for Robertina Diodoro and David Cohen back in the iron. So the 14, a major player in here as well. And the other one I had in here is obviously is the 9, Offit Cole. The way you have it Offit Cole here is 2 to 1. T-Money beat him 2 starts back at Churchill Downs. So are we just taking that Saratoga race and just automatically making him the favorite? So I'll go with T-Money with the Bug Boy at a little bit of a price.
All right, Paul, thank you. T-Money, who did finish second at Ellis Park, as we just saw that replay last time out. And there's a look at the number 14, Awesome Charge. He does draw in off the also eligible list with some of the scratches in the body of the race. I'm sure when Robertino Diodoro claimed him in March last year, Maggie, he wasn't planning to wait until August of the next year to run him.
17 months later, here we are for his second start, though, off of that layoff. You know, he was kind of running with his head in the air. It was almost like he was a first-time starter at Acacia. He just seemed green from the kickback, and he just stayed on evenly. He looked okay. He looked physically good, but I wanted to see him kind of stretching his legs a bit more in the warm-up, and you're taking 3 to 1. I'd much rather take Riccio at twice the price, who ran much better than him. I'm assuming people are just thinking that he needed that last race. Okay, fair. I can get behind that. But I'd rather take Riccio in here. I thought he ran really well in his last race.
Riccio, who we'll see as he does take a drop in class. He has plenty of speed as well, drawn towards the outside. The nightcap beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone is standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awesome Charge, Barone, Offit Cole toward the outside. Riccio is up close too. And Genius comes through toward the rail. Offit Cole, though, quickest out of there and heads up the backstretch in front. Barone is prompting from second. Genius comes away third. Awesome Charge fourth. Ike and Jack on the move in between. Fifth, T-Money back into sixth. Riccio seventh, followed by Mr. Mariah in eighth by 4. Right of Rush to trailer. 21-1. They tore through that opening quarter. It's Barone and Offit Cole going head-to-head. Barone grabs a narrow lead. Ike and Jack, steady progress now. Up to be third on the outside, in with a long shot chance. Awesome Charges under pressure. Miss Mariah comes through toward the rail. Wide on the turn is Riccio. T-Money starting to catch up too. Off the turn, Barone's in front. Offit Cole fights on. Ike and Jack's on the wrong lead. In behind, Right of Rush is weaving through the pack. 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and coming after Barone. Barone's in front down to the final 16th. Right of Rush finishing fast down inside. Finishing fast indeed to the front at 26-1. Right of Rush from off the pace. Barone was second. It's tight for third. Miss Mariah or T-Money farther back. Awesome Charge or Ike and Jack.
Right of Rush at 26-1. First start since June. The blinkers off, I guess, made a lot of difference. He finished with a flourish here, Maggie, at a huge price.
Huge price, rightfully so. He's been well beaten by many horses in this field already. I don't know. Acacia, I guess maybe a little bit of a freshening did him well because he bobbed and weaved through traffic and came rolling up the more inside path. Blinkers off too. Maybe that had a bearing on his performance today because this is a serious upset as I nearly fall off the chair.
She's just so excited about 26-1 in the nightcap as big price on this one, the number 8, Right of Rush, who got the right kind of trip today, pulled away impressively at a big price. The number 10, Barone, he was a price as well, 7-1. You could see him getting leg weary in the stretch, drifting out for under Renee Diaz too, and up the inside, allowed for that long shot to finish well in that space.
Both of these horses finishing 1-2, coming off of freshenings and just taking a little bit of a drop in class, and it did the trick for both of them as they complete the exacta at 2 big prices. You're looking at 26-1 over 7-1.
Photo for third as of now. Well, it was a fun day here on America's Day at the Races.
It was a fun day.
I'm finishing up with a flurry here on the desk, but a lot of fun getting a chance to share the desk with you as always. Made it go by quickly.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It goes by quickly. Being up here with you and looking forward to live racing tomorrow.
Can't wait. Now I'm self-conscious about my hands. As that'll do it for us on the desk. Thank you so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. As we talked about on today's show, plenty of great stakes to look forward to. What's the one you're most excited about?
Well, the PA Derby, of course.
Yeah.
I get to be down there,
live.
and like it's just missing Epicenter, but other than that, you have all the best 3-year-olds.
Some big names for sure. We'll bring it for you coming up this weekend. Meanwhile, today we saw some big performances. Protege was impressive in his first start. That's a big upset in the nightcap. You can check out Naira Bets for all of the prices. Protege, first-time starter for trainer Ron Moquette, a nice win there. And it was Kavod in the feature. He saw that homework from Brian Hernandez Jr., his rider, paying off, and he figured out the right way to ride this horse as he got back for his 4th career win. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow starting at 2 p.m. on America's Day at the Races.